But happy to represent them on their behalf. I spoke with them this morning. They were planning on being here,
Well,
so,
I don't think they're on till 11:30, are they?
well, we could step out because that's our agenda item is Promontory. So if we need to step out, step back in.
Well, it's just a public meeting, so you're welcome to stay there. Unless somebody comes in and needs a seat, you're good.
Okay.
All right, let's go ahead and get started. Today is Monday, May 1st.
How about that?
Yeah.
Here we go.
Start a new
The
month.
snow,
All
the
right.
snow should start melting anytime now.
We've only got another, 60 days of snow up there, but it's coming down fast. It's 11:04. This is our work session for this date. I'm Commissioner Gage Farr. I'll be conducting. With me is Commissioner Sharon Bolos to my right and Commissioner Jim Harvey to my left. I'd open this with a discussion and or action for approval of our minutes from our previous commission work session held on April 3rd, 2023 and April 18th, 2023.
Move to approve.
We got a motion.
Second.
And a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Minutes are approved. Thank you. Let's go to our 11 a.m. discussion on new zones in Western Weber County Planning Area and ordinance updates to implement West Weber General Plan. Rick Grover. There he is. I saw him come in. Sean Wilkinson was here.
He just stepped out for another minute.
Gary Myers, Liam, Charlie. Looks like we have everybody. Okay,
I've got a packet for you.
and we actually have Chris Crockett with us. So, welcome. Rick, are you starting this or who's gonna do this?
have Charlie lead out.
Charlie?
Commissioners, hi. So you guys have been anticipating this ordinance amendment for.
Oh,
some time.
Now, attaboy.
Really?
1st of May. You did it.
Well, I tried to get it here before then, but got a couple of planning
That's
planning
great.
commissions that had a challenge with it, but let's
Great.
just go through a couple of things. We only have half an hour. And I just wanted to make sure I brought your attention to them. There's a lot of change here. It's not implementing the entire general plan yet. We still have a lot more to go. But this at least gets the residential zones, I think, situated the way that you guys are hoping for. them
It's
to be
not putting
situated.
that Black Pine development out there west back in R15, is it?
Not yet.
Okay, just checking.
Hey, listen, we only have a half hour.
So Charlie, just so we're heading the right direction, so what we're gonna be talking about here is the residential side. We're gonna leave the commercial industrial side for discussion later today,
That's right.
which I like. I'd rather break those down into.
We have another work session later on this afternoon to talk
Welcome,
about,
gentlemen, come on in.
the form-based code for Western Weber, which
Okay.
it's still not getting into just the commercial or exclusive commercial. But we are talking about form-based over on 4700 West and 12th Street, but that'll be today at 2, I think is when that one is. A little bit later on your agenda.
Okay, good.
So a couple things coming down the pipeline for you. So as you can see under applicable ordinances on the front page, there's a lot that this touches. But the effect of it really isn't huge.
Okay.
But it's just enough that we needed to make tweaks in a few different places. So flipping the page over to unnumbered page 2, sorry about that. Definition sections, we're just going through and making sure we're updating the definitions. For example, I think we call streets major and minor streets in our ordinances, but our plan talks about collector and arterial streets. And
Okay.
so we're gonna want to just make those tweaks and adjustments. There's a few other things that we're looking at here as well. The biggest changes overall, just from a umbrella shotgun approach, is how do we go about implementing smaller lot sizes out west? So like 3rd acre lot sizes on average is generally, that's the big umbrella. While also making sure we've got good street connections, good pedestrian connections, smart growth principles being a requirement in the ordinance, not just a voluntary measure.
Okay.
Just sorry, for my knowledge, you two have had a little more experience. Is there, the state code describes what an arterial street is?
Yeah, I'm not,
I don't want to get down the road somewhere and say, well, then I think that's what an arterial street is, and somebody hang us up on that.
there's a best practice on what an arterial street is and what a collector street is.
With mays or shalls?
Couldn't tell you for sure, but I
Okay.
can tell you for sure
Well,
what,
it's something I'll have to find out.
okay. And I can look into it for you as well.
Okay,
But I can tell you that our map does show which roads we're calling arterial and which roads we're calling collector.
great.
And so even if it is a different definition somewhere else, we could say, well, we meant it to apply like this. And so let's say the state calls that a collector and we're calling it an arterial. we could sync it up that way.
Great, okay.
Turning the page over to page 3, on number page 3. I'm just gonna kind of bounce through these sections here.
Okay.
And stop me if you need any additional.
Yeah, you got a lot to bounce through here, so keep
Yeah.
it going.
Yep. Planning Director Authority, we're just making a little adjustment under Planning Director Authority. One of the changes that's buried in the code here is how we're addressing flag lots. The general plan suggests that we address the standard for flag lots a little bit differently than our code tells us to right now. Our code says that no flag lot should be smaller than 3 acres. That's a lot of area for a flag lot.
Yeah,
And so what the general plan says, why don't you just take whatever the zone says your area needs to be and double it? So if you're in a half-acre zone, you need to have an acre for a flag lot.
Right.
So
I like that.
that's what this
For a
does.
1/3 acre zone, you put it into.
You okay with
Yeah.
that, Sharon?
Mhm.
Yeah.
But I want to
Makes
be,
sense.
I want to make sure it's clear. The Ogden Valley Planning Commission made a small adjustment to that and said up to 3 acres. And then you don't have to go bigger unless the zone makes you go bigger. Because they didn't want to see flag lots requiring 6 acres up there.
Yeah,
or
I
more.
don't disagree with that.
So 3 acres or less, it'll be doubled, and then other than that. That won't apply. Okay, establishment of zones.
Page,
That's the same page as Planning Director Authority.
okay,
So this is where we get into the residential zones. The county has previously adopted R zones, and we haven't had a lot of opportunity to use the R zones. We've got the RE zones, RE 15, RE 20. But the R1, the R2, and R3 zones, we don't have very many spaces in the county that, in fact, I think we have a little bit of R2 in the Uinta Highlands. I'm not sure if we have R3 anywhere. Sean, do you?
I'm not aware of any R3.
Okay. And then the R1 zone was under the model zoning ordinance from 50 years ago. You had R1, R2, and R3, and the 1, 2, 3 means it's getting increasingly more intense. R1 stands for single family, R2 stands for two
Yeah.
family, R3 is multifamily. What we've done over time is we've said, well, R1 should be categorized even further down, or stratified even further down. So now we've got R1 10 and R1 12. Which we're not proposing that we change that. We're suggesting that we reorganize the way that the code is written so that all of your R zones are in one chapter, one place, consolidated, easier to use. You can see how they affect each other. And so your R1 zone will have 3 subsets. Right now it has 2, R1 12 and R1 10. With a change, it'll have 3. One will be R1 15, R1 12, and R1 10.
So what are those last numbers stand for?
So the
10, 12.
Yep, 10 is 10,000 square feet, 12,000 square feet, and then the new one is 15,000 square feet, and that new one is what the general plan suggests that we do.
Okay.
So we already have an R112 and R110.
We do already have that. Yep.
Okay.
This consolidates it all together into one R zone, one R1 zone, sorry.
Okay, what about the A zones? We didn't deal with
Not
that.
touching those.
what about an R120 for half?
So RE 20 already
Okay.
exists, and RE 15 also will still exist. So we're not suggesting that we remove that. We've got properties zoned RE 15, and they're not flexible, like smaller and larger. We haven't averaged in those areas.
Okay.
And some people have horses and farm animals on those lots.
Wow,
Yeah. On a
Does
15,000
R
square foot
allow
lot.
an average?
Under this proposal, the R would allow averages. Yes, and I'll show you where that is in just a moment.
Great. Okay, I like it so far.
Okay, so RE 15 stays the same. We're not changing anybody's zone. The R115 would not allow farm animals.
Correct.
So it'd just be a larger lot.
Got it.
Subdivision. Okay.
So R115 wouldn't allow
Yep.
animals.
Wouldn't allow it.
Okay,
So if out west, we have someone who comes in and says, I'm willing to do 15,000 square foot minimums. I'd like the RE 15. I would venture a guess that the general plan would support it as long as it's in the right location and you guys are comfortable with it. If it's surrounded by A1 property or whatever, maybe that's okay.
what does the E stand for?
Estates, residential estates.
Okay,
We've taken several different code conventions and mashed them together into a confusing mess. We're trying to
Right.
slowly pull them out and categorize them better.
okay.
If you do that, let me ask you, if you do that, then are you eliminating any zones?
No.
Oh,
And that's the key. We didn't want to eliminate any
because
zones.
then you have to rezone.
Make some big changes and notify everyone in the zone. Yeah, and that's
Okay.
one of the big things that we wanted to make sure we
Okay.
didn't do. Okay. Okay, so flipping some pages over. So one page over, you'll see the section 104-15 and 104-16, two-family and multifamily zones. We're just suggesting you consolidate that all into one section, which is 104-12.
Okay.
104-12,
Yep, which is the one right before. Just the residential zone.
okay,
Okay. Final plat requirements, so section 106-1-8. Right now, your code says, and this was an oversight on my part from years ago, the code says it could potentially be read in a way that means you can create a restricted lot. So if you're developing on a hillside and you don't know for sure it's actually safe to build on that hillside, you could just put an R on the lot and say buyer beware, good luck doing all those studies in the future. And what we had done a few years ago, we changed the code with the intent to remove the allowance to do that. There was a section of code that I just failed to recognize was there. And so this rectifies that. So basically what this would do is require the developer to show us, demonstrate to us that every lot has a buildable area on it. If it's a slope over a certain amount, they need to just show us where it's buildable and where they've essentially studied that it is buildable. If somebody buys that lot, later comes in and says, I don't want the building envelope there, I want it over here, they do the same thing. They would study that area instead and verify that it's buildable, and they do a plat amendment and we'd make some adjustments there.
Okay, so the legal question, based upon some recent activity we've seen in the state, this probably goes back to Mr. Crockett. What can we do as the county, because you're now seeing a lot of these slides being taken back liability wise to the city, I don't know about the county, but some of the cities saying, why did you ever give a building permit? Why did you ever allow us to build here? So can we can we red flag that lot to say, if you build here, guess what? You're taking it at your own risk. Can we do that? Or
I'm gonna ask
how do we,
Liam to chime up here as well, but
how do we protect? I'm just concerned about future liability based upon what I've seen the last 2 months.
right, so and you're talking about the slides out of Draper.
Yeah, well, and there's some other,
Riverdale had, I mean.
Riverdale's going on too.
It's a complicated answer and one that's not entirely, you're not gonna have an answer that matches every situation. I thought that one of the news agency articles put it really, really well. Whereas as government entities, we're dealing with people's property rights. You can only stop them, or you can only push up against those for so long. It was the builders that decided to pursue that.
Well, and
But,
But who has the deep- there's a terminology in law, I call it, who has a deep pocket?
So in general terms, and again, there's always exceptions, you are immune from suit for the issuance or the failure to issue a permit.
Okay,
So there are going to be protections under the Government Immunity Act. So I think your protections are quite broad, but again, it's.
The legal question and the
Well-
political question are a little bit different.
so let's put that on for another day. But we need to have that discussion because I talked to Johnny Miller at UAC last week and he's concerned about some things. So I think we need to have that discussion maybe for half hour.
Yeah,
Right.
and it's we're gonna do, well, we'll do some
Okay.
research
Oh, yeah.
beforehand. We'll look into
I know what
case
you're
law
talking about
and just
there.
see how
Yeah,
extensive that protection.
I mean, he gave an example where there was a flood suit that's been going on now for 15 years against a county.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, just because we may not have liability doesn't mean. we're
No,
gonna get
that's-
sued.
It's
well,
all gonna
no,
depend on the
that's,
circumstances of each individual case. Yeah.
well, so if you kept, and then just make some recommendations, anything we can do to mitigate some of our future liability within the code.
I can tell you right now, the biggest thing is just adhere to everything your code says. No.
Okay. Okay.
That's your biggest protection. But
All right.
yeah, absolutely. We'll put on a work session.
Thank you. Okay, sorry, Charlie.
No worries. Next section down, section 106-2-2 street standards. If you'll recall, we've been working on this and Commissioner Bolos, we've been working on clarifying what our street standards are, the right of way width standards, as well as block distances between intersections. And so we're not making changes to public street or private street. We're just a couple of minor adjustments in private street that really don't change the way that it applies. But then shared private lane is a new street type that would be allowed in our ordinance. This is something that I believe we have had discussions about this in the past,
Mhm.
but they got kind of stunted at the planning commission because
Yeah,
at the time, we were talking about how this could be applied in the Ogden Valley as a means to cut down on infrastructure costs for the developer in exchange for them cutting down density. And the planning commission, at least one or two people in the planning commission were really concerned about essentially requiring them to give up density in order to use this tool. From a planning perspective, my biggest concern, and the reason why I thought cutting density would be a good idea, aside from the general plan says do it, is if you've got too much density down this roadway at some point in time, you're gonna have so much traffic, it doesn't make sense to be private anymore, and it's gonna need to go somewhere. And so it's gonna need to be a public road at some point in time.
Right.
And so to alleviate that challenge, what we put in here is almost the same thing that you'll find in the private streets. If the county allows you to do a private street or a private lane, you have to reserve that right of way to the specific width that the county is going to require it to be for a future street to be built there at a later time, if the county ever chooses to do it.
is that new or is that?
So the private lane is new, but allowing it for private street, that's been there for about a year and a half or 2 years.
Okay, but we still reserve the same width.
Yep, still reserve the same width. So under private lane, private street, we require them to actually donate the land that the street is on, the right of way with, to the county. And the county just holds it as a parcel, not as a right of way.
Okay.
And at some point in the future, if we ever want it, we don't need to go buy it. The whole point is avoiding the cost of these guys developing their land on future taxpayers, basically.
Yeah,
With a shared private lane, we're not getting the parcel in fee. We're actually just getting an easement, where the county still has the option to take over that easement without compensation. So we'd have that easement written a very specific way. It's just one more line removed, I think, from a county takeover at some point in the future, which I think will help some people feel more comfortable about using this. But it doesn't obstruct the county from taking over that roadway without having to use.
With
it
no
or
cost.
or something like that. That's right. That's right.
okay,
In those cases, if we ever do decide to take over a shared private lane, their construction width is reduced. And so if we ever go take over one of those, we'd have to go in and put some improvements in or work with a developer who's further down the line. Say that shared private lane goes up into a canyon area or something like that. And then the guy at the very end of the road wants to develop. And we say, gosh, in order for you to develop, this sure would make a lot more sense. Maybe we allow them to develop 1,000 units. Would make a lot more sense for this shared private lane to be public.
Yeah.
At that time, we go, we claim it as our own, and then that developer improves it. So
Good.
just earmarking opportunities, not necessarily mandating things to happen in the future. Okay. Lot development standards, the next page over, section 106.2.4. What we're doing here is we are suggesting that the new zone, the new R115 zone, as well as the R110 and the R112 and R110 zones, that they are allowed to use street connectivity incentivized subdivision tool. We have used this. It's basically lot averaging, but we don't count the streets against them. So they can take the gross area of those parcels and divide that by 15. So 15, not 30 acre. In order to say this is the amount of density that we have, regardless of what the final layout is. We still put some rules in there, same kind of rules that we've talked about with some of these other rezones. For example, if your lots are buffering larger lot sizes in a different subdivision next door, those lots cannot be less than 80% of the 15,000. So making sure the larger lot sizes are next to larger lot sizes.
I like that.
And then your minimum lot size cannot be lower than 6,000 square feet, like we talked in the past.
Okay,
Next page over, 106.4.2 curbs and gutters. It kind of makes it sound like the way it's currently written, that in all cases, we'll always defer installation of curb and gutter. That doesn't make a lot of sense to me. In some cases, we're going to want them up front. And so this just says we can defer, or at the discretion of the county engineer, we can require.
Hold on. You went past this
Which one?
outdoor lighting. So you're saying that we're gonna require dark sky out in western Weaver County?
Not yet. We're not there yet.
Where are you looking?
I'm at the top of that page,
Okay,
but I'll get to that in just a
all
second.
right.
he's in curb and gutter.
Oh, you're at 10642. Okay,
Yeah.
sorry.
Stay with us.
I thought you flipped the page. I saw you flip the page. Sorry.
That's okay. 108-7-7, next one down, supplemental street access and right-of-way standards. We're basically trying to consolidate sections of our supplemental code. If you look at the supplemental standards section, it goes from subject to subject to subject with no logical line of reasoning. And so just trying
Yeah.
to make it easier to read. It's not a major overhaul yet, but it's getting us closer to it. And I'm structuring it in a way where we can eventually find that major overhaul in time. I've been working on this since I was hired in 2014 and slowly getting there.
Okay.
Okay, required setbacks from designated collector or arterial streets. So this is a little bit like the subject to conversation that we've had with Black Pine and others. If it is supposed to be a wider street in the future, if the plan says the 66-foot wide right of way should be 120 feet wide, then all buildings need to be measured from that 120-foot setback, or sorry, right of way line, as opposed to the 66-foot line. Okay. Building on dedicated, so the next one down, building on dedicated substandard streets. You guys have already, I think, nailed that one down really
Yeah.
tight. I'm moving it, if you're okay with it, I'm moving it from the subdivision code into the supplemental chapter, which makes it not just applicable to new subdivided land, it makes it applicable to old lots of record. So if they are able to get building permits on a substandard street, they would still be required to do their proportionate share of offsetting the costs of a new public street. That makes sense? Okay. River and stream corridor setback, the West Weaver general plan now says that we should have a 300-foot setback, not a 100-foot setback. So this changes that to 300. You'll find as we're working with Black Pine, actually glad they're on next, that we've worked out a deal in their development agreement to say 300 on average. So they'll have some parking lot structures that might be a little closer to that 300. We could still do that on average or modification of the 300 on a case by case, development by development basis, as we see the benefit of the ebbs and flows of developer giving and county accepting. But if someone's just generally doing a subdivision, we would say your setback needs to be 300 feet.
Okay.
So there were some concerns by, actually, public hearing didn't have a whole lot of people. But Roger Heslip, who does have property right along the river, said 300 feet, that's a lot of property that I might have otherwise been able to turn into lots. He could still use those as lots potentially, as long as the buildings aren't closer than 300 feet of the high water. So just makes deeper
this is
lots.
building.
Hold on.
Well, infrastructure, not just the building itself.
Yeah.
That's a lot. That is a lot, Charlie. I look at some of those homes down along the Weaver and the newer subdivisions
Yeah.
are not that far away from the Weaver, the
That's
ones
correct.
that are up high enough. But let's say you've got a river and let's say you've got an embankment of 30, 40 feet along there.
Mhm.
You're still gotta be 300 feet away, even though the river's never gonna have an. I got a little bit of a hang up with
Yeah,
that.
you're right. It's not just floodplain. It is for essentially the riparian corridor that runs along that river. And if you want us to pull it out, I'm glad we're talking about it. I can pull it out.
I don't- Roger's got a good point there. I think we need to, I want to look at that again, because I don't know that that is fair. There's a lot of people that want to put a cabin or they want to put some kind of something or a structure and if they get a geological survey or whatever, I don't want to take that from them.
Yeah, I totally understand. As far as density goes, if they do the lot average or the connectivity incentivized, they wouldn't lose density, but they would lose the ability if this is applied.
So they'd have the
Building
same
closer.
number of lots, just be where they can locate them.
That's right.
Well, I think we need to have some discussion on that. 300 feet seems a little high to me, but at the same time, we've had discussions. We want to make sure that that corridor on the river is preserved for a long period of time, because that's going to be our future trail access,
Yeah.
active transportation. There's be a lot of things we
think
can
you'll
do with that corridor.
See a lot of animals and critters that will use it too,
Yeah.
as long as it's not interrupted by
Yeah.
streets
Say.
and buildings.
So-
Is a river the same definition as a creek or a?
This
Brook
is
or-
specifically the Weaver River, not applicable.
This is
to
the Weaver.
other
Okay,
Streets or anything, just the Weaver River.
I'd still.
Yeah, this doesn't apply to North Fork, South Fork, Middle Fork,
No, sorry, it doesn't apply
anything.
it doesn't apply to the Ogden River and it doesn't
okay.
apply to any part
Okay.
of the Weaver River.
We
that's
just
not
we can have that discussion,
Okay.
you know.
Do you want me to asterisk it, take it
Yeah,
out?
just then we'll get a feel for where we are.
Okay,
Yeah.
sounds good. Supplemental energy standards, not making any changes, just consolidating our solar energy and wind energy sections together. So it's easier to get through. Same thing with the next line down.
Yeah. Sorry, just to go, sorry on that one too, but I've been doing a little research on the, on wind energy. And the type of whirly bird windmill like a propeller has all been redesigned now to be a. You've seen those almost like a cone, like a. It's a cone shape. It's tubular like this and it sticks up and it rotates. And
Kill less birds that way.
yeah, it's really pretty fascinating. It almost looks like the kind of, like a pine cone almost with some slits in it that turns around. But they're, it depends on the diameter, but some of them are as small as only 3 foot in the ground. So you'd have like a 3 foot by 10 foot, something like that, but it harnesses a ton of energy.
Yeah.
So I want to look at that too.
Okay.
I don't want to shoot ourselves in the foot pertaining to future technology that, you know what I'm saying?
I agree. with that.
Okay,
So I want to make sure it's clear, as far as the energy systems go, we're not changing what our current code says. We're just.
We're just moving.
putting-
all right, great.
And we can, if we need to make any adjustments in the future, we certainly can.
Okay.
Okay, flag lots, we already talked about flag lots. One of the things that the new flag lot standards is going to do is if it's a single flag lot by itself, we're asking for a 60-foot flag stem. If it's a lot that's where the minimum lot width requirement is 60 feet, then that's not a flag lot, even if it does go back and open up. But if it's a lot, or if it's a lot that is in an area that requires more than 60-foot width, they would still need 60 feet for that flag stem to get back there. If it's 2 flag lots next to each other, it could go down to 30. And the whole point of that is so that you can get potentially a future road in there. There's an exception to the rule that's written in here. If it goes somewhere where there is definitely never going to be, it runs right off a cliff into a river, into a lake or something, then that can be waived. But if it's possible that a road could get access to somebody else's property next door, that might
60 feet
develop, then it'd be 60.
minimum. Yeah,
Minimum.
no, I think we need to have that.
Okay.
Good idea.
And next to access to a lot of parcel using a private right of way, and then access to a lot of parcel at a location other than across the front lot line. So the first one, that used to be bunched together with flag lots, with alternative accesses. There's a whole bunch in there that the organization of it wasn't great. If we're moving flag lots into the subdivision code, which is what this proposes to do out of the supplemental code, this can stand on its own. I still think that we're going to want to have the ability for someone who's got a landlocked parcel to work it out with their neighbors to get a right of way through their property. But any new subdivision coming forward wouldn't be allowed to do that. They would need to configure their lots in a way where they can get through their property, their other lots, basically. But if you've got a lot that's landlocked and you want to subdivide that lot off, and you already don't have access to a street, and you're only doing a small deal, you could potentially go through someone else's lot with just an easement. The issue with this in the past is it kind of became a default. We're going to give it to them because the code says they can have it. And it's resulted in a number of subdivisions that probably should have had roads built that just are getting access by a driveway. Okay.
Yeah.
Very last.
So we're cleaning that up.
Clean it up. Yep.
Okay.
Last but not least, outdoor lighting, not applying outdoor lighting out west, but the Ogden Valley Planning, or excuse me, the Western Weaver Planning Commission want to have more discussions on that subject. This section here is only addressing addressing the outdoor lighting committee
That's
for the
great.
Ogden Valley.
That's great.
That's world in a minute.
Which we're gonna be talking about it.
World in 27 minutes.
Wow.
Yeah.
Questions, commissioners? So what's the rest of this stuff?
Malik's right. So the rest of this is the ordinance itself, and you can
Okay.
see it in track changes. So staff report that I put up front, this is just the planning commission staff report. The one I give to you guys will include this, but it'll also have a cover sheet that just.
So everything you
goes over-
just went through, this is just the code sections here.
Mhm.
Okay, got it.
Yep. You got it. So yeah, the next few pages, you see this kind of stuff. It's just given the justification.
So what's the agenda on this? We're gonna try to get this section approved. You wanna wait till you do the commercial, industrial, do this all at once? What's your preference?
You think an M&T?
Yeah,
I think these can go, well, what do
I
you,
don't see a problem with them going concurrently.
okay,
It
All right.
just depends on your flavor, but I don't see any controversy.
okay.
they can go concurrent or separate. Do you have any issues if they go separate?
I think it might be good to have them separate, just so that it's clear, when we go back and do research.
Yeah, I think I'd almost rather have it separate so we don't get too bogged down with details.
Sure.
We take a little more time that way.
Okay, now the M&T zone, that one is on the agenda for tomorrow. The agenda was just amended to have that on there.
I
So,
saw that.
and then this one, I had intentions, if you're comfortable with it, putting it on the agenda a week from tomorrow. That.
For this section
for
right
this-
here.
This one here, all of these sections, yeah.
Yeah.
And then
okay.
I'm gonna ask the same.
Well, so we need to deal with the 300 feet
Mhm.
prior to that.
I'll just pull it out before it gets sent over to you guys.
Okay.
And so we could talk about 300 a different time, or if you want, I could just put a big asterisk next to it and you guys can debate it a little more in the meeting or. how-
We'll just deal with it at the meeting.
Okay, sounds good. I'll make sure I put a special emphasis on that.
Yeah,
Okay, and then I'll come and chat with you guys in a couple hours about the form base code.
You got it. okay, good work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Charlie. Rick, anything else?
I know it's not on the agenda, but just an update, the dark sky committee will be on the next county commission.
Is that on the agenda tomorrow?
No, on
All right. We've got a copy of those people, so we'll have it for you. We'll get that nailed down. Okay, anything else? Questions, Commissioner Bolos? We're ready to go? Okay. Let's go to our 11:30 a.m. We're almost on time. Discussion on CRA for Chromalox, Promontory, and DWQ contract. Stephanie out there?
Yeah.
Tell her to come in. Sean, John Bond, Scott Park, Stephanie, Chris Crockett, Brandon Quinney.
Quinn? Quinny?
Get Scott Park in here. There's the famous John Bond. And we could go to work.
Over here, it's like this here.
Good.
I think we've got our Chromalox people online.
Wonderful. I love that Chromalox.
You do? You buy
I
that
do.
truck out there?
Well, they've been a great.
Oh, they've been good.
Partner for decades.
All right, Stephanie, you're first to the agenda.
Yeah, we're gonna do the Chromalox, one first. I'm just gonna give you an overview of their
It's-
project area plan and budget.
Chromalox online.
I believe so.
Thanks. That must be Amanda.
Hello, yep,
Angela.
Amanda's here.
Fantastic.
Thanks.
So the intention today is to just give you a really brief summary of the project area plan and budget. And then I will provide a copy of that to you for detailed review. If you have, or if you have questions today, you're welcome to ask questions. But you can review that. And then we'd like to put it on the agenda for next week if you decide to do that.
Okay,
So Chromalox, as you know, they're doing an expansion project. And they will be creating a total of 146 indirect and 355 induced jobs in their expansion period. And the projected produced total earnings of those jobs are 761.4 million. And state and local tax revenues of 163.5 million. So with those numbers, we are going to ask for you to entertain a CRA and tax increment finance for 15 years at a 70% participation rate.
okay. We got a cap on that.
Yes, this will be capped.
What's the cap?
Let's see. The cap is 1.149 million.
Okay. 70%, 15 years,
Or if they hit the cap early. we're good.
basically 1.2.
Yeah.
Okay. Questions on Chromalox? Amanda or Angela, do you have any comments you'd like to make? Make sure that information is what you expected.
well, I would just say, I appreciate Stephanie presenting, Angela's helped us put
Amanda, we
together
can't
this.
hear you. You're not coming through, Amanda.
Oh, okay,
Amanda, I can hear you. Can you guys hear me?
No?
Sure, she's talking. The thing goes around her.
Yeah.
I don't know why it's You're not coming through. Angela, can we hear you?
Can you hear us?
Dialing by phone.
If you look at the bottom right, the volume on our side's turned off.
Oh, it is? Maybe.
It's got the X on it.
Can you hear us now?
There we go. Thank
You
you.
can hear us, okay, great.
We
Our
can hear each
mistake.
other and you, but you couldn't hear us.
Angela, go ahead.
Yeah, so Amanda, I know you were just speaking. Do you want to say what you were going to say again?
And just first, just thank you for taking the time to view over the proposal. Angela's done a very good job presenting it, hopefully in line with what you were expecting. We are excited about potentially expanding here. I just, as the lawyer in the group, I have to just say these were the projected revenues were models here. So we just have to take that into account that they're projected. I don't think you're requesting anything specifically on commitments, but this is a mainstay. This is a huge linchpin for our business going forward, what they're going to be producing here. So we do expect those numbers to hold true. But I just wanted to point out that was a model here. But Angela, what about you? Anything from your end?
Not specifically. I know Stephanie, you had just referenced a cap. Was that based on the total projected property tax generated for the project over the term, or what was that number you were referencing? I just want to make sure I was clear.
Yes, that was the total property tax. I've looked at the wrong one though.
So the cap would be the total increment, yeah.
Yeah, the total increment, yeah.
So I think on the schedule here, it's $1.3 million is what the
Oh.
county would be in absolute dollars, not net present value. So
Okay.
that's,
1.3,
I'm just looking on the full detailed project projection, full budget investment, Stephanie.
Yeah.
So just here, the 100% of increment, that line right there, that's $1.3 million. So they're looking increment to the agency from Weaver County Corporation is 962,000 plus 2.6 million from the school district plus 500,000 from the fire district. So as I'm looking at that, I'd say our cap that the county would do is $962,000, right? That's what we would put in there?
Yes,
yeah. So do we have school board and fire district approval on this?
not yet. I have meeting pending your approval of the project area plan budget. I will take that to I have meetings scheduled with them next week.
Great. Okay, so our total based upon, we're not gonna sell it to this, we don't have the authority over the school district and fire district, obviously. So our total, Scott, would be about 960.
$962,000 is what's in the.
Got it.
project.
Okay.
Yeah. So now, and if we need a cap that's slightly higher than that, because I realize that these are projections, we could negotiate the cap if you want to say round it to an even million or something
Yeah.
like that. I mean, I don't have, we want to have that discussion, that's fine, but that's what they're asking for in terms of what they needed for this project. And so that's what we would put in
Yeah,
our.
I just assume round it up so we know what the heck we're doing in the future.
Okay.
And the county's interlocal with our agency
Yeah.
will also have a condition that says the county can withdraw from this commitment if the school district or the fire district choose not to opt in as well.
Right,
So we have that in place in case they don't
Got it.
jump on board in time.
got it.
Stephanie, did this go through our process?
Absolutely.
And this is the recommendation then from that subcommittee, so to speak.
Finance committee,
Finance.
right?
Economic Development Finance Committee.
Okay,
Right.
Yes,
we like that process. Okay,
we do.
Commissioner Bolos, any questions?
Nope, nothing else.
Anything else from Chromalox?
Not from my end, just thank you for the time.
Thank you very much. Commissioner
Angela,
Harvey, any questions?
Angela, I need to call a little bit later
Look forward
today.
to an agenda.
I
Okay.
promise. I got the flu last week.
Oh, no.
great.
Well, I hope you're feeling better.
So,
Okay, thank you for being with us. We look forward to your successful completion of your project there. That's great.
Thanks
All
very
right.
much.
Okay,
Thank you.
let's go to Promontory.
I'm going to turn the time over to them. They've got a presentation for you.
Okay,
All right. Yeah, so
is this the same as the DWQ contract? Two separate items.
Totally separate.
All right.
then a couple of these. I think some of you might have seen this already. Send some this way. I think we have enough.
So this is regarding their PID and their CRA. So where we're at in the process for their PID is we're looking to do a resolution to draft the governing document. So that's what would be on your agenda for next week if you decide to move forward with the PID.
For the PID.
So
Okay.
we're at that process in the PID that we're looking to draft the governing document, and that would be just a resolution saying our two parties are gonna get together and draft this. And then relative to the CRA, I'll let Sam give you some background information on the CRA so that you have an understanding of what they're asking for in their project area plan and budget. We'll provide you with this one sheet today, and then I will give you the full project area plan and budget tomorrow for your review for a week.
Okay,
In case you have any additional questions.
got it.
Yeah, so yeah, thank you guys for having us this morning. It's great to be here. I know that Black Pine and different members of the county have been working for a long time, iterating, stretching to get to the point, I think, where we are today. What we wanted to put on this page for you today is just really the summary of all of that work and what it could mean for the county. So we started by just listing out on the top left of your page the different objectives of this CRA as per state statute. We just ran out of real estate because we also would have put on the different objectives of the general plan as well. But we kind of listed those, and then on the right-hand side of the page, we just list the different ways that this project will achieve each of those objectives. And we also listed the different public improvements that the project is committing to install. And I think we could just quickly walk through some of those. I think it's important to note, and I'll highlight some of the ones that are more regional in nature, meaning that the commitment that's being made here is to put in public infrastructure that doesn't just benefit the project exclusively, but will benefit the area. I think we heard your feedback the last time we were here that what gets put in here really needs to seed this corridor in a way that makes the whole corridor successful to match the whole vision of the general plan. So just looking at these, creation of public and private jobs, Newmark did a study that suggested that there will be over 6,000 direct and indirect jobs being created by this project and generating material amount of economic activity. As it relates to the public and private infrastructure improvements, there's, I think, critical regional improvements that are being proposed here. There is a sewer line bridge and a pump station, a regional power substation, a 1 million gallon water storage tank. Again, all of these things really to benefit the broader area. There's streets going in and 257 acres dedicated to parks and open space. So, really trying to provide a benefit to the whole region. And then, a commitment to parks that I think's been discussed. And then, of course, the plan to implement 4.2 million square feet of manufacturing and tech zoning for the site, and then commercial uses, along the street frontage there. So pretty heavy lift from a public infrastructure standpoint. I think that infrastructure, again, will serve about 10,000 acres of surrounding uses here for future. So truly, I don't think it's cliche to say it is a catalytic project to stimulate the economic activity in the area and really to seed the general plan vision for the corridor. I think the question is, how much does it cost, right? How much does all of this cost? So as you move down the page here, the latest and greatest estimate, we had the GC do the latest quantity takeoffs and estimates for the scope of all of the work that we just described, and it comes out just over $100 million. So definitely a material lift to really bring this about. And then I think interestingly, on the right side of your page, you could see kind of how the sources and uses break down to finance that cost. So of the 103 million, you've got about roughly 80% that's being funded via developer investment. And then about 22 cents on the dollar of that public improvement would be financed through this CRA and this TIF ask. And so that's what we've been working on with, with the finance committee. And, I think we're just excited to be able to have a good public-private partnership to really bring this to fruition. And I think there's been a big commitment on behalf of the developer to really show that we're committed to the general plan vision of bringing this to life and making it the success I think that you guys are certainly hoping for and plan for when you drafted the general plan. So that's a quick one pager. There's the plan that has more detail behind it. But I guess we'll stop there. And if you guys have any questions or comments as you digest this information.
Yeah, so what's your you mentioned 10,000 acres, but you guys don't control 10,000 acres out there. So what's the project area here?
No, the project, it's just our site.
Right.
So what he meant by the 10,000 acres is we're oversizing all of the utilities that would
Okay.
accommodate development of the broader area, not just our site.
Okay.
So like the.
I just want to make sure all we're approving,
Yeah.
all I'm willing to talk about right now is the TIF on your particular project.
That's
Anything
right.
farther west or farther east, that's gonna be time for another conversation.
Yeah.
So I want to make sure, Stephanie, we're
Yeah.
not,
Their legal
and what we do
description.
though, with this, basically sets the tone for what we do on either side. So just so you're aware.
Yeah.
Makes total sense.
Okay,
Yeah, we've got their legal description in the project area plan budget, so it's just
Okay.
their parcel.
all right, good. When you start talking 10,000 acres,
Yeah. Like, wait, what?
yeah, we're not making commitments on the next.
Yeah,
40 years.
not- yeah. Just the point, almost to what was said before, where you're just planning this project with the future in mind.
Okay.
That was the point of that.
Okay.
Every piece of infrastructure that you're seeing on this item has been oversized. The water tanks is 4x what we need.
Okay.
The sewer system is substantially larger than what we need. So everything's just been way oversized to accommodate future growth that you guys have planned in your general plan. So that's what was meant by that comment.
Yeah, good. Okay, appreciate that. Questions, Commissioner Bolos,
How many?
Commissioner Harvey? Okay, so what are you asking for, Stephanie? Is there a recommendation?
Yes, they're asking for 80% at 25 years. And that would go specifically to the public infrastructure pieces. Both the PID and the TIF will go to public infrastructure and infrastructure pieces, which are listed in on the column on the left-hand side. So, considering what they're putting in, it is a high ask, but it's a reasonable ask.
It's a what?
It's a reasonable ask considering the amount of public infrastructure that they're putting in. And they would be using those funds just for infrastructure.
So does the finance committee support the 80%?
We do. Based on.
And the length of the
And
term.
the length of the term, based on the capital stack.
What's the cap?
We haven't discussed a cap for this one because the infrastructure pieces are so big and based on timing and supply chain, we're not sure.
But I would interject and say that
Cost.
there will be a cap suggested in the PID's governing document.
Yeah, I'm talking about the TIF.
Right, so the way we envision the financing is that the TIF and the PID dollars would be issued via the PID. And so there would be a cap in the governing document that basically embeds the TIF cap in it. So there's basically a TIF cap and a PID cap. And those together would be listed in the governing document that gets negotiated with the county. So
Okay.
Do you know what? your
Well-
cap is estimated what that would be?
I don't think it's gonna be, it's probably gonna be something like this with some contingency, but it's not gonna be, I think out of the fairway from what we're talking about here.
We can still build that in the county's interlocal with the
Yeah,
agency.
so-
We don't have to commit to a cap today. It's
No,
all still.
So we need to look at that
preliminary.
cap, but, all right, just speaking for myself here. Is 80%, we just did a 70% for an existing company that's been in Weber County for a long period of time. You know, and we've looked in the past experience with these TIFs, you know, that, acting in the best interest of the citizens of Weber County, you know, we're trying to get away from the higher TIFs. And obviously the PID, that's under your control. That's up to you to sell or not sell. But the TIF, we have direct control over because that's taxpayer dollars we're using, that you're using. So quite frankly, I'm a little uncomfortable with the 80%. You know, I don't know, kind of what I've told Stephanie, we better start at 70 and then we can talk from there, but, you know, I guess that's up for discussion.
Something
I'm just one vote, so.
Yeah, no, I appreciate the context, and obviously we appreciate your stewardship. We pay Weber County taxes
Yeah.
as local, so. And that's what I mentioned to the finance committee. We don't take a request like this lightly. It is a big ask. And we are local, and we really appreciate the good stewardship of the taxpayer dollar. A project like this I think is what TIF was invented to support, in that you got an area that is envisioned for so much growth, but it just has no infrastructure. And so if we were just doing infrastructure that would just support our project, the ask would be substantially less than this. If it were, you know, because of the ask that's been put on us in the development agreement and by the county staff to be able to support the broader area, we're having to come in with a much higher request. So I would say that a lot of this is stemmed by the fact that we're unlocking a whole area, we're not just trying to finance a project. It's to me, it's a little bit of a different, unique request here than just, hey, we want to finance this project. There's a need. Will you support us? It's, hey, we're trying to unlock an entire area. We're willing to shoulder the burden of that and take the risk on it by putting in a lot of the capital and the infrastructure up front with hopes of getting reimbursed over time via the TIF. But it's, you know, it is truly a public-private partnership because we're putting a lot of infrastructure in that we don't need.
Okay, Daniel, that makes sense. I'm not sure I'm convinced yet.
I
but it
guess
does
I
make sense.
would add one comment where it's the 80 and the 25 gets, you know, in the financial forecast gets to about the county via TIF contributing 22 cents for every dollar of public infrastructure.
That's what you've got listed here.
So one way to think about it is just from that kind of output perspective instead of the input perspective. If these guys are funding, 80 cents and the county's funding 20 cents to put in regional infrastructure, is that a reasonable ask for the taxpayers to make and obviously for the county to make? And I mean, that's obviously subjective.
Sure.
But, I think we feel like given the level of developer investment, being at 80%, that's, I think a big commitment on their part to really help seed the vision here.
So may I, Mr.
Sure,
Chair?
go ahead.
So, probably being the least experienced here in the three. Other times when we see a TIF type of a situation, there's always the expense also of tear down. We had literally a redevelopment area, got removal of the existing. Of course, you don't have the infrastructure, a lot of times has to be replaced or upsized to accommodate the new growth. And so there's some additional expense. Where you've got another variable out there because of the water and that park out there, but I'm just to go, we kind of had committed for the last couple of years that we weren't going to go 80's long and 25's long. we were sitting down around 10 and 15, maybe just rarely were we coming back to 20. But to hit 25, these are big numbers, 80 and 25 for me, the length is, you know, you're on the percentage. I'm more along the length of the time. There's gonna be some variables. John Bond's are brilliant at these variables where you talk about, you know, the chart, but that's of how this goes, but that's just you're getting a knee-jerk reaction from me, because this is the first time for this project that I've heard those numbers. So, look, I support what you guys are doing and think you're doing a wonderful job. And we want to be a part of this. But 80 and 25, those are two big numbers. And so I'm gonna need some more time on that. That's where I'm at right now.
Okay, Commissioner Bowles?
Good question for Stephanie. So the recommendation from the committee is 80-25. And it's because of this, you called it a capital stack. If those numbers were to come down, what does that look like as far as their investment in future infrastructure? And what, I mean.
Oh, you mean, what would that?
Yeah.
We'd have to run some
I mean,
different scenarios.
And I don't even really care about the hard numbers. I'm trying to recognize what they're providing. And, you know, these numbers, 80 and 25 could be a lot lower if they were just coming in for their project. So I guess I'm asking you to speak to how this affects the future of the county and why the committee is comfortable with this recommendation.
Great question.
So that is a great question. And the answer to that is they have been asked through their development agreement to provide very specific types of infrastructure. And like Daniel said, things that if they just went in and did their project and kept themselves isolated into that area, they would not need the expensive sewer line. They could do a forced main line. And what they're putting in right now, what they've been asked to put in is a gravity line that will allow other developments to connect to it and future development as it moves from west to east to connect into Central Weaver Sewer as they're evolving. That would be a cut there. There's some the trails in the parks, those pieces have been added in through the development agreement also. The roadway improvements are another piece that's been added in that isn't really specific to their development. It's specific to development in general out there in the West Weaver corridor. So the reason that the committee was willing to recommend their ask, when we do recognize that it is large and it is out of context of what we've been talking about for our policy, is because they are putting in these very large regional infrastructure pieces that the county, through the development agreement, has specifically asked for.
Yeah, I think that's a great point, because there's kind of this interplay, right, between this side of the page and this side of the page, of course. So, and it all kind of stems back to what, you know, what's been negotiated and what's been requested and committed to in the development agreement, right? So like, here's kind of the laundry list by different agency about what they want to see in this part of the county. And so I think the developer kind of went and had those conversations and just did the estimate for all of the things that were being asked for, and it came out to, you know, 100 million plus. And then you answer the question, is 80-25, does that get us here? Or do you pare back this side so that you can pare back the 80-25 side? But
And I
they
can speak
definitely
for
kind
that.
of-
It doesn't. I mean,
Yeah,
if we want to change up the percentage in the term, we'll have to change up what we can provide. We're stretching, we've absorbed as much as we can possibly absorb via the development agreement negotiation process. And that's what I said. I hope that, you know, we've been transparent from the very beginning, and I hope that's been seen, like, and trying to be good stewards of our project and as county residents, obviously the taxpayer money too, but we're tapped. So if we're gonna want to negotiate that from a policy perspective, or just you're not comfortable with it, that's okay, but we also need to look at the other side and say, what else can we give up that maybe we don't need right now? And so the developer doesn't need to put this stuff in. To
So-
me, that would have to be talked about at the same time as we're talking about. this.
Yeah, and I sat through almost all of your development agreement meetings. And we worked through some of these pieces, and there were pieces that were introduced and that go beyond the capital stack. And we've had to pare some of that down on the county side, as well as they've had to step up from their side, from a financial side, and say, yeah, we will meet that request. So we are in a unique position, and the unique position is that area does not have infrastructure. And so we can look at it as a partnership. Or we can look at, which is how the development agreement has been drafted, as a partnership. Or we can look at it as these guys are gonna come in and do their own project. And then we would go back and revisit that development agreement and cut some stuff out of it. Or we can look at it as a partnership and decide, and you guys feel comfortable what you feel comfortable putting in as the county's investment into the public infrastructure. And I think that's kind of where you guys are at. It have to really,
Yeah,
you have to
so,
feel comfortable with that and the message that we'd be sending, as, you know, out into that area. This is what we feel comfortable with, and justify it, and to
Yeah.
justify it.
yeah, I get it. Daniel, if I'm sitting in your seat, I'd say the same thing, I guess. And I think Commissioner Bolos is saying the same thing. I just need to have a better understanding of what we're actually getting here and the time frame to put it in. And, you know, I guess from my perspective, if you could convince me that these are all needed, they'll go in and these dollar amounts make sense, I'm probably more receptive to the proposal, but I just need more information here.
Yeah, and for me, when you describe a public-private
Yeah.
partnership, that's what this reflects,
Right.
right? But I guess my follow-up question, Stephanie, is if we choose to pare this back and shorten the time or shorten the percentage, and then we get less in return, what does that look like for the county going forward when another developer comes in and we need to upsize, or, you know what I mean? Is that gonna cost us more because we didn't do it in the first place?
That's a hard question to answer, because that's a real chicken and egg scenario. So, and that's.
As it relates to sewer, the answer is yes.
Well, yeah, as it relates to sewer, absolutely, yes. But some of the other pieces, not
Necessarily
necessarily,
roads
because we can
or,
put those into another developer's
Sure.
development agreement.
but the sewer is a
So,
big deal.
The sewer is
Sewer's a big deal, and if we're looking at what they're providing sewer wise for the 10,000 acres. I think that's a big deal to go back and retrofit, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, I think you wanna, I mean, one of the arguments to do this 103 million is precisely your point, that you get it done and then it's done, and then not, 5 years down the road, you're not ripping up roads to go redo the joint trench and all of the one cost and just the inefficiency with traffic and, everything around that. It's like, if there's a way to do it right now, and I think that's the point of this, then to me, it makes sense to do it. If we believe in this, like your point, if you believe in this cost and the validity of this cost and the need for this cost in that area, then the question is,
Right.
do we finance it right now?
And that's what it comes down to. If we finance it now, so the next company that comes in and they come in and, okay, now we've upgraded the sewer, we've upgraded the water. And they come in and say, look, you gave Black Pine 80%, we want 80%. We're gonna say, look, those improvements, we've already given Black
Exactly.
Pine.
Agree.
So guess
Yeah.
what? You might get 50%.
I think that.
That's right.
That-
So
that's
what
the-
we're doing is we're giving, my opinion, if we're gonna give this to you now, we're taking it away from somebody later
That's right.
because we're not putting the burden on them.
But that's the
That's
whole
right.
purpose of this,
It is,
right?
yeah.
That's the whole purpose of this larger plan.
Yeah,
And
but
you-
Gage
and-
makes
and
a
I-
really good point. This has to be managed from an optics
Yeah.
standpoint. It truly does, especially since we're in the process of crafting a new policy. So I think that what you're asking, Gage, is for us to come back and really justify what these numbers look like.
Now,
And
what
show-
does it
and
get
show
us in the
time-
future?
And show the time period that these improvements would be done in, so that when we do have another one come and ask, we
Right.
can say, no, they came in and pioneered this. And
Right.
and we looked at alternative agreements to maybe like a pioneering agreement, things like that, impact fees, those types of things. It's just for what they're trying to do and what we're asking them to do, this is probably the most logical solution. But Gage,
Okay.
I agree with you 100%. This needs to be managed in a very transparent and the optics of this needs to be managed.
And I think to that point, most developers, or certainly developers, understand that the first mover pays the bulk of that burden,
I would hope
right?
so.
Like the incremental cost of development, on contiguous parcels and all of that, that is much less demanding than what this is. right?
I would love to be in here with having somebody else be the pioneer. We actually 50%. I mean, this is gonna be a lot of management time just to execute on projects like this above and beyond what our normal scope is, so. We're willing to take that on and be the pioneers with our partners, and we're full alignment with you guys on trying to be the pioneers here. But a couple of things, I know that it's maybe not extremely clear on here what you're getting. We tried to outline on this top right-hand side, a lot of the stuff you're getting. There's 19,000 lineal feet of sewer lines going in. We're crossing the river, so there's a couple bridges. You've got a pump station that's going in. We talked about the gas or the water storage, which is 4x what we need. That gets rid of the water district out there is currently leasing storage space from Weaver Basin. This gets rid of that requirement, so they no longer have to lease it. They've got their own out in the area, and it'll provide them with excess capacity for future growth. From a gas perspective, there is a trunk line that runs down 12th Street, but they need a gas regulator station and all the associated lines in order to actually take it from the big trunk line down. So anyone that develops in this area will now have a regulator station that they'll be able to access. It's 11,500 lineal feet of new public roads. So 5,900 gets a massive upgrade. You've got 59, and that's both going north and south. So part of the agreement with the county engineer is that he wanted 5,900 heading south towards the railroad tracks to be one of our access points. So there would be a light that would go in there at some point. So, tons of road dedication. I think, we did the math on this of all the acreage that we're donating. Was it like 90 acres?
Yeah, about 90 acres.
So of our 350 acres, we're donating 90 to the county, just for public infrastructure.
Okay.
And then all the trails, we're putting in almost 23,000 lineal feet of public trails. We talked ad nauseam about the park and all the detailed things that they're getting. So you're aware of all that stuff. So.
And then the power substation.
Yeah, the power substation is a big
Yeah,
one.
the
too.
power substation's a very big one.
Yeah,
So, when they contacted, Rocky Mountain Power to get some estimates and some ideas on what they want to do, basically Rocky Mountain Power is
so they have no
telling them
power out there.
that they have to put in the major substation, which will basically
It's 30
light
megawatts.
up everybody else.
We
down
knew the
road.
power was a deficit.
Yeah, and that is actually almost as big as the sewer.
Yeah, if you look at the cost of the power alone, it's 36 million. We have to put in an entire substation and all the network connections and things like that. For Rocky Mountain Power, we had the planning department get on the phone with us with Rocky Mountain Power to help them understand like everything that's coming in the future, to see if we could get Rocky Mountain Power to invest. And they basically said no.
No,
So,
no, but you will put in this size
Yeah.
after they found out.
so
We've had that discussion. Chris, you have a comment?
Yeah, just a quick one. So the message that we're sending to others in the future, what we're hoping with this policy is an example that's not directly related, but I think it would be useful is our PID policy. So we have a limit under that of 5 mils
Right.
for any PID. A requirement in that policy is that if you want to go above the 5 mils with a cap of 15 mils, you have to justify as to why you're doing that. So our standard request for TIF financing, we often, and I think one of the reasons, at least me personally, the finance committee, we were okay moving this discussion forward, is that a standard TIF request, you're not going to see we would hope in the future that we see stuff like this, where they're not just talking about the anticipated return in tax revenue that the county is going to see because of the increase in value of the land and also the increase in the number of jobs out there, but they're having different things that go beyond what that standard expectation is, the public infrastructure. So I would say let's identify under the development agreement, everything that we've asked in addition for Black Pine to do, and then we can show you that list.
Okay, I'd like to see that.
And that list is important in the future, right? Because then you can go to the
we
next
can
developers to
benchmark.
say, yeah, it's the benchmark.
It's the
And then we
benchmark.
can tell we can tell the other developers who are not going that extra step and providing extra infrastructure, well, there's a limit. And that's gonna be fleshed out in our policy. We don't know exact wording yet, but that's what we expected to do.
So you're comfortable saying we could put all these details in that development agreement?
We're gonna find in the development agreement all of the additional benefit that the
Right.
county is receiving. So we just need to gather that, make sure we've
Yeah.
identified everything. And then we're going to see if there's been sufficient justification the commission is comfortable with.
Okay,
And say the county's getting its investment work.
Can I add to that? So I would actually like to see a breakdown of this $102 million into two different columns. One is what does Black Pines need? And what are we asking you to put in for somebody else in the
I
future?
think that's what James asked.
Yeah, I want to see it specifically down there and use that as the template to say, look, here's what Black Pines need. So next developer, you don't need all this extra stuff. So on their own, they could have lived with, maybe they didn't even need. I mean, we're talking about, I don't even know that we need to give increment in the future to other people. that go in there if they have
that's where I'm
enough
headed,
infrastructure.
That's where Gage is going.
For
Yeah,
sure.
but I want to see
Where I
it
am,
actually broken down, not just in the
Where I
description of
am,
the benefits, but I want to see the cost, if you have that.
yeah,
What's the difference between a 1 million gallon tank and a 250,000 gallon tank?
Yeah.
And yeah,
I think that's exactly what I'm saying. So just to be clear, what's the minimum requirements for Black Pine to do their development? What are we paying for future? And let's have two separate sheets, dollar amounts, project, and then we can balance that. I mean, some of this stuff, like water improvements, how much we gonna pay for in today's dollars that we may not see for 50 years. I just need to look, and as you look at that, give us a time, what do you anticipate working with Stephanie, that the time factor on that is?
This addresses the optics that you're talking about.
Yeah.
Absolutely, and I think that's what Gage's original point was about.
Yeah.
Well, so let me chime in here, so you guys you do this before. And it's not, and most developers are gonna go out when they take an investment like this, moving out there. They're likely gonna look for other pieces of property around their anchor
For sure.
and come back in. I'm just telling you right now, if I move from where I was to this, you guys come back in, you might get 20 for 2 years. But you don't come to the trough for another 80 and 25 as you buy more property. At least why I'm here, because that's gonna be a.
Sure. That's what I mean. Yeah, I'm gonna go, people would say, I'm gonna go buy the parcel across the street. These guys are doing all the work.
Yeah.
they're doing all the
Or
things.
there's a lot of other acreage out there.
Yeah.
There may be
Yeah.
now more acreage for sale based on the dynamic. So,
Yeah,
that's
Yeah.
just, I want you to hear that directly out of my mouth right now.
Yeah.
That's how that is, because this is a big matzo ball for me.
You're gonna hear directly from my mouth that I would never ask you for something I don't need. And I can promise you that, because and I know that you guys don't have working with us. And so it's hard, I can say that some of the bad, you've heard that from a million other developers, and but we look at this very differently. We're local. And we're investing a substantial amount into a project, like the park is a prime example. Most cities don't require an impact fee. We're putting $1 million and donating 35 acres. So we look at this differently than most developers do. And I think over time, as we do more together, you're gonna realize that.
but I appreciate your guys' position
I
of,
do too.
we don't want the next developer to come in and say, well,
Yeah.
I want 80% now right next door. You guys need the ammo to say, no, you don't, because these guys already put in a big chunk of that infrastructure that you no longer have to build.
Well,
So,
and-
I get that.
One of the exciting and unique things about this project is that the size and scale of the project allows us as the developer to participate in the installment of these infrastructure improvements at a much higher level versus somebody who's doing a 30 lot subdivision wouldn't be able to afford to put in some of these infrastructure improvements at the level of participation that we are able to because of the size and scale of this project. And so, as we've met with each of these different districts, the water district, the county engineers for the roadways and the sewer district, and determined what we actually need, we think that this is a great opportunity to partner between the county and us and install some of these infrastructure needs that in order to implement the general plan are necessary in this area. And we have the opportunity, because of the size of this project, to do it all at once rather than piece it together over a long period of time through smaller increments of participation from developers along the way.
Okay. No, makes good sense. We just need the optics on that to know what we're getting for the future. A breakdown on what works for you guys, what we're gonna buy for the future, because really that's what we're saying. We're making an investment for the next period of time. What's that period of time? What are we getting that we now can take to future, to other developers and say, look, this is already in place.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of this will actually, I mean, the sewer line are going up front, the water tank are going up front.
Yeah.
So you're getting a lot of it like right out of the gates.
The power going in up front, yeah.
Yeah, the substation has to go in up front. It's gonna take 2 to 3 years to build it, but it's getting kicked off. So it's like a lot of this stuff you'll get right out of the gates.
Okay.
I'll work with these guys. We'll get that.
Yeah, will you work with them?
Yeah.
We want to make sure you guys are successful out there. We're not trying to hardcore you here, but again, we have a responsibility as we approve these for future taxpayers. And we just want to make sure we're getting what we're bargaining for. You guys want the same thing.
We do.
So, you'd expect that out of anybody else since you're taxpayers in Weaver County.
Yeah, no, and we're happy to be transparent and get you what you need.
Good.
Support, so.
So if you'll work through, I think you're comfortable with that direction. You comfortable with where we're headed?
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
it's great.
And
Great
Gage,
question.
taking some notes, this has been a great meeting. Quinny and I have started working on a policy for CRA, so we'll take into consideration what you guys said today and start and kind of implement some of that into the policy as we go.
Yeah, and get it back to us ASAP. We'll make sure we get you on the agenda and get this thing done.
Commissioner, do you want a work session where we report these numbers, or do you want to just wait till we get it on the commission agenda?
No, let's have a work session.
One more work session?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd rather make sure we flush it out here.
Yeah, not in public meetings, like that, like that.
Yeah.
Yes. That might be a little too much pressure right there.
So one more work session if everything goes well.
Yeah.
And the next step would be our approval process for the project area plan
But
budget.
your information was good. We appreciate you taking the time to be with us.
We'll just hold off on the PID also. We'll just do everything at the same time, so.
Yeah, whatever. That's up to you.
Is that okay? Just make sure you guys are okay with that. We'll pull that off the agenda.
Yeah, and as long as Chris is comfortable with the PID, then I think, we've been through that enough that we know what we're doing.
Yeah.
Or he
and,
does.
The committee's reviewed it, you've reviewed it, everything
Do
seems
you
to be
want
falling
the
in line with
resolution?
our
With
policy.
the resolution then?
I did say it's up to, Black Pine, what they want to do.
Yeah, I mean, if you guys are comfortable pushing that bit forward, at this
Okay.
stage, we'd love just to keep momentum on all fronts.
So that would be on your next agenda, and it would be a resolution to begin the drafting the governing document, which takes a minute, so it's.
I'm okay with that.
Nothing committal, there's nothing committal other than to
Yeah,
begin drafting.
We're okay with that.
Okay,
Let's do the rest.
I'll leave that on the agenda then.
Let's make a little progress when we can.
But this is probably the most proficient, and professional county y'all ever worked with, isn't it?
It's been great.
I'm very impressed. It's very efficient too. I like it. I'm good.
Well, I'd like to thank our committee for that.
No, your committee's great.
Yeah, we have nothing but positive things to
And
say.
I'm
honestly.
sure John Bond had his. John Bond, are you comfortable with this? You've been pretty silent over there.
I've liked.
If we're headed the wrong direction, tell me now, or forever hold your peace.
No, I like the direction. I think having that available, the information, you are so funny. The questions that came up were just, my mind was going the same direction. And I thought, should we join in the fray here? And I thought, you guys are doing great, so no.
Thanks.
So that's the right direction. The commission does need clarity for other developers when they come in, not only for this area, but for other project areas when they come in. And as we continue to have examples where we can show, well, Street, this is what we did, this is why we did it. It's very easy for the other developers to get that messaging. And this modeling helps them a lot. So I appreciate you doing that. So thank you.
For sure.
All right, guys, we'll see you at the next.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate your time.
Thanks.
Stephanie, do we have DWQ? What do we got here?
That's just on my, report really quick. So you guys will have on your agenda tomorrow,
Guys,
I
see you, man.
Or
Good to see you. Yeah.
next week or
Catch
tomorrow.
up then on it. Very good.
It's been approved by Quinn, so I'll tell you that. All it is a contract for that $5 million.
Okay,
And it outlines what we can and can't do with it and how we will be working with DWQ. So it's you guys officially accepting the terms and conditions of that and adopt, and we're taking on that money.
anything we should be worried about in that?
Not at this stage.
Standard ARPA contract.
It is, when we pass it on to our recipients, like LMSA and then maybe Black Pine, then we can get a little more restrictive.
Yeah.
So this
Why-
one is just us saying we'll accept this on a reimbursement basis. We don't even have to touch that money if we never ask for it. So we're
The 5 million.
the 5 million, yep.
Okay, well, we need to have that discussion because some other events have taken place out there the last few days that
Okay,
concern me, so we'll have that at a different,
Okay.
anyway.
yeah, sounds good.
Well, and this is just accepting the 5 million from the state. I still have concerns on how we spend, just to make sure that it's, going on. So like whether, I don't mind accepting the grant because we don't have to use it.
Right.
From the state, so that's fine, but I
Okay.
just want to be careful on that next
We need to
step.
schedule a meeting.
What's the next step?
When we actually say, okay, now we're gonna spend this money with LMSA, or we spend it with this, we're gonna do this or that or the other.
So we're very restricted by DWQ, what we can
Yes,
actually
yes,
spend.
I want to make sure
So
that,
that's the discussion I want to have exactly to know, again, what we're getting
Okay,
and before we make that commitment
okay.
and
So-
get everybody excited about,
so if we want to accept the money from the state, that's fine, as long as we don't commit the money from the state to any specific I mean, it's committed to.
So
this.
we can accept it. We don't actually, we can
Right.
return
And
it.
We don't
or-
have to
Before
use
we
it.
write that first check, I want
Yeah,
to make sure
okay.
we've gone through some.
No,
But it is already committed.
Yeah, it's committed to us, so we're just basically
But it's
accepting it.
actually committed from DWQ is committed to LMSA to that particular project.
Sure, but what I'm saying is worst case scenario, we could just give the money back.
Yes, we
Okay,
just, or
So what
not
I'm
use it.
saying is, before we actually write a check from
Yeah.
that 5 million out to somebody else, we need to go through a
so,
discussion.
so what you're saying, which I agree with, before we write the check, what's LMSA's position is, what is their position, what's the county's liability? What do we do, let's get some bids,
Yes.
where's the money go?
Yes, but if you want to accept the 5 million from the state right now, I'm fine with it. Just don't spend it until we
No.
get all these other questions
No.
answered.
Yeah,
that work?
yeah, I don't want to get into this and find out that in order to complete it, it's 5 million from the state and we put another 5 million in. That's not where I want it. And I think we pretty much know that, but
Yeah, we know that. So,
anyway,
yeah, state's gonna limit even our RFP process.
yeah,
Like,
okay. We're on the same page.
Yeah.
Okay, let's have,
7 minutes before the ARPA
oh,
meeting.
we got 5 minutes. What's the 100?
Hey, Gage,
Yeah,
I have nothing for the extended department head meeting tomorrow, so do you have some items we want to discuss?
no, other than just kind of what we said before. I could talk about that, but it's, oh, you mean for Waycog or for the,
For the extended department head meeting,
probably nothing really to bring up there, no.
so you want me to cancel it then?
You want to cancel it or
Yeah, okay.
you
I
okay?
mean, I really like getting up early and coming here. late.
Yeah. And it's such a
But
good,
okay.
it's such a good breakfast, but.
It is good.
It is good.
Well, then he needs to cancel the 3 o'clock on the.
Oh, darn.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Hey,
And Sharon, he said he'd call you if he has any updates. So, but it sounded like he didn't have any.
He doesn't have, no,
hey,
this is, no, it's not that, we're up to our ears in water.
Yeah.
We've had some snow melt
what's
since
been happening?
Mexico.
What's been happening when I've been in Mexico?
The temperatures have been about the same. That's the problem.
I can water my lawn.
I've filled so many sandbags. Oh, boy,
Have you been filling sandbags?
yeah, helping. Should have done a video on it.
Lie, I didn't even really think much about it at all.
Good. You deserve that good cup. I saw some of your feeds and it looked awesome. I was happy for you.
Was it an all-inclusive resort we went to?
We stayed at my cousin's house and they had a chef and stuff, so.
Nice.
It was.
That looks good.
Yeah, we did. We did a little bit less.
Well, your cousin.
Yeah, legit, yeah. You were asking me after why.
Were there
You were interested in it.
any concerns about the declaration for tomorrow?
No, Is it written?
It's all written. Brian Barron sent you guys, just a copy of it.
So are you gonna present that?
I actually listed you as a presenter.
Okay, will you make sure I have a copy of that
Yeah,
then?
absolutely. I'm having, I asked Kelly to put it on county letterhead.
Good.
And then I'll make sure you get a copy.
Yeah, I'll do that.
And I wonder if we should let Eli and Gary know to be there just in case there's questions.
That would, I'll make sure Kelly reaches out to him. No. I'd like him there anyway, just to kind of give an update of where we are.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's get an update on that anyway.
I will send it. He just wanted me to check.
What I'm gonna do is.
Well, this is what I was gonna have for dinner since Gloria's in St. George, but now I can't do that.
We have pizza?
Yeah, this is my granddaughter's favorite pizza.
Oh, we can still do that.
We'll have some left over. You can take.
There you go.
Hey,
Take it for dinner.
don't tell her, I'll just, good idea.
Right.
Yeah.
Let me tell you.
Yeah, Stacy and
What are we talking about? Oh, ARPA.
yeah.
Never ending ARPA, huh? No, it's all good. It's just always decisions to be made, huh? Yeah.
Get some pizza, guys.
You
did?
I've had enough.
I might be hungry. So- Hey, Brandon.
How's it going?
Good, how are you?
Yeah, good.
Come back early enough and that's when they keep a plant early enough. You know, and Gary, that's dad.
Dave.
Dave,
Yeah,
what a great guy.
he's a good guy. Sounds pretty good.
Okay. Stuart. Well. I mean, good.
You tired of meeting?
Well,
Oh. How you doing? You're looking like you're a little bit tired.
I've got many opportunities. I can
Many
occasionally make
opportunities to grow.
long as you. Hey, please, talk to yourself.
Hey, you better get your pizza.
I'll get there.
What if we team up and do we?
Well, I brought my lunch and I ate it.
Man, I'm more.
Did you guys eat that a lot down there, or you cooking?
No, we did not.
I'll figure this
Didn't
out,
you?
Scott.
Right there.
Late night
I
pop
changed the
was one
rules of
time, but the chef, they have a chef.
Oh,
That's
so-
what you need to keep up with changing
It
rules.
Wow, oh, yeah, wow.
This could be fun.
This could be a little duel for the ages.
Just have a cousin like that.
Yeah, I don't.
That's a
think
good
And-
cousin to have. He has his own house.
She was, the chef was amazing. I mean, oh,
Wow.
I ate so much. It was
Wow.
awesome.
So Commissioner, we would like to show something on the screen. Do you mind if I borrow the mouse and keyboard so that I can connect? I don't have the invite.
Go ahead.
So if you're all right with that, I'll just. Thank you.
You ready to get started?
In just a minute, we're waiting for Mr. Bond.
Okay, let's go ahead. Let's go ahead and mute for a second. You didn't probably use it. Just get us off.
Okay, we are off mute.
Okay, we're now at our 12:30 PM. We're slightly late. This is the ARPA fund update. Scott Park, Sean Wilkinson, Brooke Stewart, Linnell Jensen, and John Bond are all in the room. Thank you for being here. Scott, are you taking the
I'll
lead?
start off. Yeah, so what we thought we would do is I'm gonna give you just a quick summary of where we are. Brooke's gonna talk about the different projects that we've already approved and where they're at.
Great.
Linnell's gonna mention some of the projects that we did not fund that probably still want some money, and then Sean's gonna talk about a specific one when we get to it. But there's a reason why we're doing this. So first, we want to just give you a general update. So here is what you commissioners have approved so far. You've seen this slide before. Let me see if I can make it a little
More
bigger. Yeah, that gets you, so it all fits on there. So the ones
Okay.
that are awarded, we've received some additional money for the housing authority and for the CJC building, so that's where this additional column comes in. You can see we received a total of $50 million, of which 15 million is not yet obligated according to the federal definition of obligation, meaning a contract signed or a purchase order issued. The reason why I'm pointing this out is there was a bill in the House. I don't think it's gonna pass, but I'm not a good gambler, so don't. But it would basically sweep all that unobligated funding out.
Okay,
So we want to show whatever we have obligated, we wanted to make sure that we showed it as obligated, but we do have a significant portion that is not yet obligated. So we've had plans for that. We've talked about what we want to do
now
for
when you
that.
say obligated, does that mean contract?
Contract signed or purchase order issued.
All right,
So an actual legal obligation
Got
that
it.
we've committed
Okay.
that money to something, not just in our minds,
yep,
but we've actually done it. So that's one of the reasons why we're here. So
so what bill are you talking about?
it's at the national level. So
Yeah.
past the House.
So what are they doing with it?
They're basically saying anything that's not yet obligated gets swept back and we're not gonna spend it.
They're doing a clawback.
Okay, is there a time frame on that?
Hasn't passed the Senate yet, so
So-
it keeps changing, so I'm aware of it. UGFOA is aware of it, the UAC and the National Association of Counties, they're all watching it, so we get flurries of emails as it makes its way through.
So anything not obligated after our friend Biden signs it would go back? If it happens.
Yeah, if it happens.
Okay, all right.
It's
We
part of the
probably
whole
oughta have
debt
a-
ceiling discussion.
UAC needs to track us on that.
Yeah.
Okay.
So beyond my pay grade of understanding of whether it's gonna go or not, I'm
Yeah,
not a good
thank you.
gambler this way.
I
We
was
just
aware
wanted
of
to point out that there is that legislation that's out there, and we still have $15 million at risk
Okay,
by not being obligated.
okay,
Okay, so we've talked in the past, and I'll just show this briefly. We have those deadlines. It has to be incurred or obligated by December 31st, 2024, and spent as in liquidated project closed out by 2026. These projects that we are working on are big projects that take more than 2 years. And so I'm starting to get a little worried that we've got to figure out what we're gonna do with that $15 million to get the contract signed, go through the procurement process, procure everything through the supply chain, get it constructed, get the project closed out and all the grant wrap-up work done before December 31st, 2026. Does that make sense? So that's one of the things that I'm worried about right now.
Yep.
Can we get all this money out the door, appropriately spent, appropriately tracked?
and
closed
project
out?
completed by
Yeah,
twenty twenty-six.
because it's not just done, I mean, it's not just spent, we gotta have these projects closed out, reconciled. So we put in all of our contracts, it's gotta be done by June 30th, 2026,
Right,
because we need time to close everything out.
I have a question, Scott.
Sure.
When you say the project has to be completed by December 31st, 2026, does that mean just the portion that's funded by ARPA needs to be completed? Because there may be some projects that continue beyond that are funded by other sources.
That's the interpretation we're taking. I'm hoping that that's the right one.
Just the portion.
Just the
funded by
portion
ARPA.
that we're funding, yes. So,
okay,
and we've talked in the past about what this money can be used for, negative effects of COVID. We've used some of that, premium pay for employees, we're not doing that, lost revenue, we've used that, and infrastructure, we've used that. So these are the projects, again, you've
so
seen
we
this.
maxed out our lost revenue?
We've maxed out our lost revenue, swept it all into the general fund. I'll talk about that a little later today in our finance review that's
Okay.
after this meeting. And then this was the money that we've spent. So I'm just bringing this up to say, this is where we're at. We looked at where the existing projects are, and Brooke's gonna go through that to see if they could use any additional funding to help, with their cost estimates. Are they coming higher than what we thought? We also wanted to give you just a brief overview of the projects that we said no to see if you are interested in us pursuing any of these. We haven't reached out to any of them, but just to see if you're interested in pursuing those. And then Sean's got a project we want to talk about. You know, we just basically are trying to come up with a plan of what we want to do with this 15 million. And if the plan is we don't want to do anything with it yet, that's fine. I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page, that we know what we're doing with that money or not doing with that money.
Okay, got it.
Okay, so when it, Brooke, or, yeah. This book, sorry, this one, right?
Yes.
And I will make it big.
Thank you. So
And
yeah, like Scott mentioned, I reached out to all of the approved project sponsors just to kind of get an idea, status update of where they are with their projects and then discuss any budget concerns that they have moving forward. So on this sheet, we broke down the first section, which we titled additional funding needs. These were projects
Thank you.
that were able to actually give an amount of dollars that they would need. They're far enough along that they were able to quantify some additional dollars that they would need for their project. So I wasn't planning on going into a ton of detail on every project. So if there's one that you would like some more detail, let me know. I'd be happy to go into further detail. I was just going to summarize some of the main items. So for instance, with Green Hills Water and Sewer, they were awarded funding to do a study just initially to determine a solution for their water quality issues. They've determined that they're moving towards a water treatment plant. So that additional $206,500 that you see there is what they need in order for them to complete their design. $1 million. So they put in an application to get state funding for the construction of that. So
What is it exactly?
they're working towards a water treatment.
Water treatment.
To address their water quality issues. So they need $206,500 to do the design. And then they put in a state application to get them
Got it.
the treatment plant. So that's what their need is. If there is a desire to get additional funds.
That water up there's been problematic for years. So
Yeah. And as far as the nature center is concerned, their project was complete. They reported that their total project cost was about $30,000, just a little over. So they said they could use an additional $5,000 if it's there. Otherwise they're.
well, I wanted to give them 30,000 to make sure they're covered, but Bronco dug his heels in.
Yeah.
Thought he was at the rodeo. Yeah.
But in this category, another that's received some really significant and unexpected expenses is youth impact. They reported, well, originally in their request, they were going to do the teen center, the food pantry, and then some roof repairs. So when I spoke with them, they reported that they were going to be working on those roof repairs, but they were waiting out the winter for the weather to improve. And during that wait, the back portion of the roof actually collapsed. So now they have some additional expenses that they weren't originally planning on. So they have some black mold that was discovered that they need to mitigate, some electrical work, some sheetrock work.
In their existing building?
Yeah, from the roof collapsing. The back end is what they reported.
Does that
That's
qualify?
happened Since the application.
Yeah.
So they were gonna do the roof repairs and they're still working on that, but if there
Okay.
is a new need, I don't know if we have to do a new application because it's new expenses.
So that's the question.
Yeah,
If
because
you
we're not
guys are
accepting
interested.
applications.
Yeah, so that's what we're doing here is if you guys are interested in funding any of these additional projects, we would want to make sure if they're a new project that it is eligible first. So we would want to look at this specific one and see if it's even eligible. But if you're not interested in it, then we didn't want to spend the time in reviewing the eligibility of all 40 of these different projects. We want to see what your interest is. If this is how you want to spend that $15 million, if there's another project that you want to do that on. So that's what, these are the people that are just asking for a little bit more or could use a little bit more that we've already approved. It'd be easier to funnel money to them. But again, this is just for information to see if you're interested in it.
So they need 3 million for that?
No, 326,000, and
Oh.
that's up to, so they estimated with the electrical.
Got it.
sheetrock
Okay.
work, it was like 76,000, and then an HVAC system that wasn't originally in their application, they're getting bids anywhere from 170,000 to 250,000. So that's where the 326 comes from, so there's some room in there for us to investigate more if there's a desire for us to. look
Okay.
that one further.
Got it.
For the next section, you wouldn't mind scrolling down?
Well, so let's deal with these while we're here.
Sure.
So I'm okay with the Green Hills. That's a water project that fits in, I think, with what the vision is. If do you have any, for 200,000, that could make a difference. If they're looking at taking care of 2 million of that. So that's a
Where
good,
is that?
They would take more if you were willing to give it rather than rely solely on the state, but that's the ask right now.
Where's Green Hills?
It's up off of Highway 39, just before you kind of get into South Fork Canyon.
mouth of South Fork on the,
Left-hand
on the
side,
north side.
the two roads going up that split off.
And she reported that they have about 100 users and
Yeah.
a pretty slim fund balance.
No,
So
that's,
they basically said this project won't be able to move forward. at
that's,
all
that's a
unless they get
definite
the
need
funding.
for those people up there. I'm okay with that. Sharon, you okay, or
Mhm.
Marv?
I'm getting there.
Okay,
How would it get funded otherwise?
They
Well-
have to levy a one-time fee.
yeah, they'd have to charge the users, but if they're gonna have to do an impact fee because of the 2 million from the state, they're gonna have to pay back, so.
That's
she-
impact.
She stated that the decision, they should know the decision by the end of April, so they should have that information by now, and then a formal decision would be by next week for the state.
Let's have them do an application, we can. I wouldn't promise them, but just say, we're interested in the application.
Hold on, that means we're gonna open up the application process again?
Well, they have the
This
application,
one
right?
might be covered under the application. the
We're
way
just-
that it's
we're gonna-
written.
Asking for
We're gonna
more.
pull it off our shelf.
Yeah, they asked for this, we funded this, we're saying maybe we can go back up to what they originally asked for.
Right. Thank you for the clarity.
They really only asked for 20,000, but now they've gotten into, they realize they need a lot more
They
for the
didn't
same
have the
thing.
cost determined, they have
Yeah.
that.
But it's the same,
Same project.
It's the same project, yeah.
same project, okay. So so we don't actually need a new application, or we could just go off of what they've already said.
We could if you're interested in
Yeah,
funding
okay.
that. And so I guess maybe depending on what
keep
you
it
want to do.
simple.
Yeah, if you want to go through all these and see.
Let's keep it simple.
It's those people, don't they?
Well, they're actually pretty sane up on that side of the valley. When you get over Needham, the water quality goes down and then all sorts of things happen. Yeah.
Don't understand. Yeah.
I was gonna skip over CGC because Sean's gonna give you an update on that and just move into our middle section, which is the projects that are reporting that they anticipate that they'll have additional funding needs. But they are at the part where they are going to be putting out bids, so they'll have a finalized number. So the majority of the projects are putting out their bids this spring and summer. So they will have good numbers on whether or not those projects are going to have additional costs that they didn't anticipate or coming in higher. What they're reporting is that everything's been coming in higher than they've expected due to higher costs of materials and labor. So
Okay.
those ones will just be watching and getting updates from them as their bids come in. They've committed to send in emails and let us know where those projects are being bid at.
Okay,
And then the lower section is the projects that have reported that they'll be able to be completed within budget. They don't have any unexpected expenses. However, UNT City, Taylor, West Weaver Water, and Buena Vista did state that they'd be grateful for additional funding if any is available. Both the water districts are completing several projects at once, which is putting a strain on their funding. And then UNT City stated that they have some issues related to the project with the citizens that are in the unincorporated area. They were going to be working with them. It's had something to do with the retaining wall where the project's at. So they think they might have a little bit of additional expenses, but think they'll be able to complete the project within budget. But if there are additional funds, could maybe use a little bit more to.
For the retaining wall?
I think it has something to do with.
When you
retaining
say within budget, they asked for 2 million initially, we only gave them 1.75.
wall. Right.
So to finish the project, they would need the full 2. So there is room for an additional $250,000 to make them whole on their project.
They came up with other sources of funding.
Correct.
Yeah.
Right. UNT did report that.
so
they-
with these, we just go back and look at what they requested and maybe fund the difference.
Or a portion of the
Or a
difference. yeah.
portion, okay.
But they've got other sources of funding?
Yeah, so UNT has been, we were a small, we were 20 or 30% of what they,
Yeah.
the total project cost was, so they had other money.
They're using their own city
It's not-
expenses, and what she said was they're worried about covering that gap with their city expenses because they have other
Okay.
regulations that are coming down the line with, I think it was copper and lead regulations that they have to adhere to, so they'd be grateful for additional funds if available.
They don't want to spend their entire fund balance if we have some money.
Yeah, no, I don't blame them.
Now, one thing I wanted to bring up with this is if there is the risk that we could lose these funds if they're not obligated, John brought up the idea of over obligating funds. Was that Davis County that was doing that? So what they were doing is they're actually, and we did this in CARES where we said to the school districts, we will pay you up to $500 per student as an assistance, but we don't know what that amount is because we'll see how much money we have at the end. But that way we had an up to 500 per student. And we were wondering if you're interested, we can do something similar to these to say, okay, Bonavista or Uinta or whoever, the county will fund you up to this amount of money, depending on what we have available after these other projects close. That way, if let's say we fund Liberty Pipeline for $200,000 or, excuse me,
Just
that fund, and then they fall through. Well, now we don't have an obligation and now we're past the obligation date. We can't obligate the money anymore. It's too late. We lose it. So that way we would have a backup.
At least we've had to obligate.
Yeah, we would have obligated. So we're double allocating it, but we'd want to let them know, look, this is not a guarantee you went to city. We're signing this saying you're going to get an extra X amount of dollars if we have it available. And that means somebody else has to come up short on their costs or not follow through, and then you would get the difference.
Well, it worked during CARES Act.
Sorry, what?
It worked during the
It did
CARES.
work during CARES Act, yes.
I actually like that. Because that, in case that passed, you know,
It removes the threat.
it just covers our backside.
Yeah, and it's just a defensive move. It doesn't obligate us to spend any more money.
I don't see why we wouldn't do
Receiving
that.
Letter of that commitment, you'd be fully aware, you're not gonna get this money unless something else happens. And you then will benefit from it, but otherwise you're not gonna get it, but it could.
But as far as the feds are concerned, we, instead of, so Uinta City, we've obligated 2 million. That's our obligation, not 1,750,000.
Yeah, that's what it would be, because we would
Yeah.
have a signed agreement saying up to 2 million.
Okay. So we could just modify those agreements with that provision.
But you'd have to establish that it keeps the floor of what they were originally awarded.
Sure.
Sure, we would say you're going
Yeah.
to get for sure 1.75,
Right.
up, maybe up to
Sure.
whatever that number is.
We're just changing the wording to say, look, you know, there may be additional funds. If and when they come about, we may fund you up to $2 million.
But the Fed would have to agree with that writing so that they wouldn't claw back any funds from us at all. So the Feds would have to write it such a way
Yeah.
that it shows an obligation.
We'll have to look at what the language of the new Fed bill is.
Yeah.
But most of these projects, I anticipate, are gonna cost more. The ones that are completed within budget were fine, but ones that have the bids that are still to come in, they're probably gonna come in much higher. And so I think it's a safe bet that you're gonna be able to put the dollars somewhere.
Well, and we're not the only county or entity experiencing this. We've got a lot of people that are trying to spend this money and obligate it, and
Right.
we're not, it just takes a long time to get these projects. So
Sure.
So it wasn't an idea that I invented. This was an idea that I borrowed best practice from somebody else. So I think we're fairly safe in this. I think it's a reasonable approach
It is.
to show that we're trying to use this money well. And if we can't do project A, then we're going to do project B,
Which is what we want to do.
which is, this is exactly what this is saying. It's like, we really like to do A, but if A can't happen, then we're going to do B. We're signing obligations for both of them, letting you know that they're second on the list. If A works, then great, it's A. If not, then B.
Okay. I'm assuming you guys could draft something like that.
Yeah.
Okay,
What, if I may?
yeah.
Chair. You gonna start arm wrestling with Dave Wadman again, Chris?
For what? What project?
Cold Water Canyon.
Am I going to?
Well, it's gonna come up. He just got called to serve on a mission, so he's gonna be pushing like really hard. the
Did
next
we give
month.
money to Cold Water?
Yeah, right there.
So this is North Fork Park. Maybe this is a Weaver County project.
That's our project.
This is what Todd talked to you about.
Right.
But with Coal Canyon, we made a really good deal with that because we kept our position, got additional water rights for rights to use water during the winter months. And we paid some money for that, but their system is now failed.
That's where I'm headed.
And they're looking at about $500,000 cost.
That's where I'm headed.
It is, I would think that it would be an appropriate use of ARPA funds, it'd be legal. Whether the commission decides to do that is an entirely different question.
I think this is kind of a little movement, but I think what it would do is we're talking about 100 users like the Green Hills. I think it would be good form for us to throw maybe 100 there. And just say, here, this is what we're gonna do there. But I know they don't have an application. I know there's a lot of the other things, but I think in that particular thing, that'd be good form on our part. And no one's asked for it. I'm just being presumptive.
When this first started, I called Scott Hanson and I said, you might want to.
Ask that attorney.
He's the attorney. He was
kind of a douche.
I called him and I told him, you might want to consider applying for these funds. I don't think they ever actually submitted an application, so I
No.
think it's an appropriate use.
It is, but the way they treated
know.
us at those meetings hard that I sat through and got verbally attacked. I don't have a lot of sympathy for them,
I know,
especially Scott Hansen.
I got it, I understand.
I'm gonna
You're
have,
right.
I'm just cooling off with that.
Okay, well, you done?
I'm not a full no, but I'm 90% there.
Yeah,
And,
that Scott Hansen was a
and
piece of
Todd,
work.
Todd Ferrario.
Sometimes it pays not to piss people
Well,
off.
I know
That's
it.
what I'm saying.
Todd Ferrario, he figured out a way, I mean, this, we're gonna have to do some modifications, but it's far
Right.
cheaper than what, Cole Canyon is going to have to do. So it's totally a policy decision as to whether or not the commission wants to allocate ARPA funds. But we're not legally, or nothing with the contract.
I think it would go a long way if we considered something like that. That's all I'm saying.
But the question arises again, how would they pay for it otherwise?
They'd do they're gonna have to do
They were serious, they got themselves into a really tricky financial situation. They did not save enough money for the future, so I don't know what their current looks like.
so you have to do an assessment, one-time assessment, right?
Well, they didn't put any money aside because they were people were paying $20 a month
Right,
for both irrigation and culinary water. So
they got,
I pay more than that. And I'm on my own well, so
I get it. Everything you've said is right.
it is. Well, you're bringing back some bad memories. We sat around
I
that
know.
table and got chastised.
I'm just,
Okay.
I'm thinking about 6 and 12 months from now, and if we've got a little extra, it might be good form for this body to consider a move like that with that group.
I'm
That's all.
probably okay with it as long as they do with a different attorney.
Yeah, and,
Yeah,
there's a there's a public health factor, because if you have a water source that's going to the public, that is, being contaminated by surface contaminants, I mean, that's a factor to consider. Certainly an option.
It's an option. Okay,
Okay, so I'm happy to go into further detail about any one of these projects if you like, no worries. But if you don't have any specific questions on any projects, I'll defer to Sean whenever he wants to talk.
well,
about.
so let's make sure we're all in agreement. I don't see there's any problem going back, drafting that language and saying we may be able to fund you up to your full request. We'll find out later.
So we can do that. And maybe we want to wait to have this until we get through the rest of them, but I would like to figure out what you really want to do with the 15, like, what's your plan A for the $15 million? And then would backfill the plan Bs with all that, because if let's say you really want to help Uinta, I don't know what you do, I'm just picking that one. Then let's put them as a plan A and fund them up to 2 million or 3 million or whatever, and then do the cap. And if we have extra, we'll give you up to 5. So-
Commissioners today to get to that point.
I just want to know what they're interested in. I want to know what your plan A is, or what we want to do to get to the plan A to obligate that 15 million. So we can do this as plan B, and I'm happy to do that. But
Okay.
I guess what I'm saying is if you would hold that thought just for a minute,
All
and we'll
right,
get through the rest of them, then we'll come back to it.
Commissioner Harvey, your
no, I want to answer his question.
answer.
So I got 2 things I'm interested in. And none of it's self-serving because none of it includes you in it. So what am I interested in? I'd like to see a backbone from school to school in the Upper Valley, but all residents, commercial and residential, being served. That might require a new treatment facility. There's my first thing. Second thing is, could we pay the gap? Part of the gap that is being requested by Black Pine between what they would normally have to put in and what our requirement is for the interlocal agreement. Could those monies be immediately put towards that? So the increment didn't have to be so robust.
So the hard part of that
Yeah,
is the investment has to be necessary at the time it's constructed. So it gives a specific example. You cannot run a water line to a field for future development. It has to be necessary at the time. So they're not saying plan for future growth, although they do allow for reasonable future growth. It has to be necessary at the time the project
I'd
starts.
really like to see a big chunk go towards Western Weaver out there. Whether it helps to any of the municipalities or us or however that is. Those are, so in answer to your question today, that's what I'd like to see. You're gonna go through all this, but those are the 2 things I'd like to see.
Sure, and we're gonna hit, three, Sean has 3 county projects. That he's
Okay.
gonna hit in just a bit too, right?
Conditions that Miranda placed upon me in a private meeting without the other 2 commissioners. Was she wanted Wolf Creek to build a $5 million back-to-back or school-to-school backbone, but only the commercial businesses would be able to look into it. And then the condition was is if she could buy the property next to her, which is owned by Powder Mountain at the top, and she hates them. So she'd never be able to buy the property. They wouldn't sell it to her for anything. And if this, and so I don't know that that's the district that could handle the project. But it also have to be treated somewhere. I think that would be really smart for us to do. That's kind of the rest of the story on that.
So are you in support of her 5 million or not?
I'm in support of us building the backbone, and maybe we just cap it off on both sides, and then we wait for a district that can manage it. I don't know.
Well, you've got an existing system up there. I just soon put the money into the lift station right now that could use a 2 million.
Maybe.
That makes more sense right now, but you gotta have that lift station in place before the backbone can even work.
Right, that's true.
So,
You're right about that.
Does the lift station even qualify?
Well, you're right
If
about
it's
a lot of things
necessary at the
today.
time that we put it in, so do we need a lift station now, I guess would be my question.
Yeah,
the
Yeah,
lift station's part of their ongoing project right now.
Okay,
right,
so
but the question is it needed right now? Because it has to be necessary right now.
it has to be necessary at the time of the start.
Are there users ready to tap into the system right now that
You
needs
can't just
to?
build it and cap it off.
Oh, no, this is part of that, Sean will know, this is part of that John Lewis. They're ready to start
This is
completed.
part of Osprey and that.
Nordic and
Agreement, but. We've been approached by both districts, Powder Mountain and Wolf
Right.
Creek. Powder Mountain saying, well, let's just put pipe in the ground and run it where we think it needs to go. I don't think that necessarily qualifies though.
It'd have to go somewhere to some upcoming need, like a subdivision that's coming in or some development that's
Treatment plant.
happening right now.
Yeah, but not planned in the future, something
That's our
on the.
It's going to meet a need that's going to arise in the next 2 years.
Well, we know the needs there because the construction's ongoing right now as we speak, both water and sewer, which both qualify. And that meets the time requirements. It meets the need requirements. Now, how we get the money in the right spot, we'll have to figure that out.
Yeah, and what we've been doing with every specific project is we go through the details of it to make sure that it
Yeah.
qualifies and so that we're not gonna, inadvertently fund something that's not eligible. So we would just find out what this project is, make sure that we understand the details and evaluate it.
Okay, Sean, what else?
Okay. Commissioners, let's quickly talk about the CJC. So what you have here
See that?
is what the CJC has in terms of funding or what they believe. Well, this is funding agreements that they've received. So 1.36 or 1.38 million from some of the other cities. Is that, and then Weber County's 1 million. So 2.386 million is what they could potentially have from the county and the cities. Looking at
what about the sale of their existing
so
building?
looking at what Rod Layton projects, he's saying 1.25 million estimated from the sale of the current building, 350,000 in private donations, 150,000 in money from the state. So he's projecting that they can have about 4.25 million. Now, some of that is just a guesstimate on his part. It may not get to 4.25 million. Right now, we have bids from 4 companies to build their new facility. Brad Bartow was at 6.5 million. Boyer was at 7.8 million. Wadman was at 7.5 million. And Kier was at 6.5 million. So if we average those out, it's about just over $7.1 million is what we're thinking that building is going to cost us. So if we use that number minus that 4.25 million that Rob thinks he can bring in, that's about $2.9 million in a gap that they still need funding for. So $3 million is what they're requesting from ARPA.
Another
That they could legitimately use, in addition to the one that we've already
So
given.
that's 4 million?
4 million is what they could use.
Well, that's too heavy for me.
But that's, if we want the project to move forward, that's what they're saying.
Well,
that they need.
that concerns me because 350,000, they were gonna start a public outreach for fundraising. They were gonna look at other sources. I don't want to give him the idea that we're gonna cover because he hasn't gone out and done his work. Why should we as the county backfill for
I
him?
think he has started that work.
Well, it should have started a year ago is my position.
And they're actively, I think they're actively pursuing it. Scott's working with them very closely on the construction and development side.
I don't want to be the bank on that deal.
Okay,
So,
so that, we're putting it out there that that is the funding gap. Now, it is a state mandated requirement. We have to have that facility. Current facility doesn't work. So,
well, then maybe the state should put some money in.
well, I agree with you there. Totally agree with you, but they're not right now.
And let me throw one caveat into there. We won't get the proceeds from the sale of the building until after the new building is
That is
constructed
exactly
and we've
right.
moved in. So actually, we would need to fund an
Overfund that
additional
and then
million
pay
or million
ourselves,
two
yeah.
in there. But we spoke with this Friends Board and they would, essentially, we entered into an agreement that they would give us that revenue. And so it'd basically be a cash flow. If you'd be willing to invest $1.5 million or whatever that number is now, they would pay that back to us over once they sell the building. So it'd be over 3 or 4
And
years.
that's assuming the building sells for that.
That's true. And so we
Which-
would be taking the risk that
It's a very unique building.
I've sold that building twice now, and it's a unique building.
yeah,
So I don't see in today's market,
1.25.
I don't see it.
Rod called me and said that he had someone reach out to him about the building. I think it was like the Masonic Lodge or something like that. I don't even know what price or anything.
Well, they should sell the building now, is my suggestion to him. If he's got a legitimate offer,
I guess it would have
lease,
to be
lease back.
lease back. It would have to be a lease.
No,
back.
so he could sell it, but there's no reason we have to wait, that he has to wait. He could sell the building now, do a lease back. If it's some lampers, they could do a 0 lease back. Let him stay there, give him their money. Tell him to get his rich buddies and take care of it.
You know, not fully covering the shortfall. And you have this many cities and you have the school district who's providing the land. I mean, to find another location for this, I don't even know how you would do that.
Well,
But if you don't fund the full thing, that's a great motivator for a capital project.
It is.
Campaign. I bet I assume so many community members would come and support something like this, I would think. Since-
Well, his original proposal to us, and I'd have to look back, was somewhere around $1 million to $1.5 million on public donations. I don't know. We'd have to.
What did you include there, Sean?
so he has 1.5 million or almost 1.5 from the cities in Morgan County. 1 million from Weaver County, 1.25 million from the sale of the building, 350,000 in private donations, 150,000 from the state.
300,000.
350, yeah.
350. He's saying they'll do what they need to do if they have to do a capital campaign. But if Weaver County has additional ARPA funds, they would be incredibly grateful.
Well, I would too. If we give him the money, he doesn't have to do any work for his capital campaign. But he came in originally, and that was his proposal to us.
Yeah, that was the gap.
That's why we-
$1 million. That's why we gave him $1 million.
That's why we gave him $1 million.
If you do a monastery thing and say the county will put in at the end, like you did up there, the 50 grand,
Yeah.
you fund up, you go out capital project with the other, and as soon as you hit that mark, the county will put in
Whatever
X.
it is.
You know, and if you put in $1 million or $1.5 million, whatever, and they have to fund the other $1.5 million out of the public.
And I'm good. I'm okay with that concept.
Our problem there is the timelines that we have to meet for ARPA. We've got to have this obligated by 2024 with the amount that we know we're going to contribute. But if his campaign takes him 1.5 years and they're not able to start their building and we can't obligate, or we can't actually use those funds by the time they expire. I mean, this is a tricky project because we've got ARPA commitments from other entities as well. And if they can't move forward, a lot of people are left holding the bag. So
We have several cities that won't write us a check until they see us dig the hole. They said, we want to see you dig the hole first before we write you a check. We have several that have given us, 3 that have given us money right now. if we can't get this project due, we have to give that money back to them with enough time for them to spend it.
The city money.
Yeah, the city money, because they've already given us 84,000. We have 3 cities that have given us checks. So it's just kind of a tricky project because there's lots of things up in the air and some other considerations.
Yeah. Did you say the prices would go up $500,000 by the time they finally get all this figured out?
Should I say that again?
Prices will go up another $500,000 before you get all this figured out.
Very possibly,
And so how much money is the state putting in?
150,000, if we get that much.
And
And they're required.
we're
and they
required,
require-
right?
Can you service Morgan County?
Yeah.
Morgan's commit.
They're only putting
contribute 40,000.
But it's based on a percentage of the number of the population that uses.
All of these contributions are, right?
Yes, every single,
All right.
and Rod has, I mean, he's done a tremendous lift of getting the cities to cooperate and to.
Oh, yeah.
to pledge
No,
that's been.
What are these
You've done a
X's?
good job with that.
What are those X's?
The X's mean that the agreement's been
Big
signed.
Signed.
Signs.
But it doesn't, there are some that have been approved beyond that. We've got
Yeah.
Riverdale, we've got West Haven, that we're still waiting for the signatures to come back.
I'm just tracking when I actually have a signed agreement in my possession, then I put the X there just to know that it's done.
Thank you.
So that's our CJC situation.
Okay,
Okay. Brooke, excuse me, Linnell, do you want to hit the other projects really quick and then we'll.
Okay, so I handed you just a copy of all those. I know before you like to have the slides, so you can write notes on them. We don't need to go through all of them, but look at, if you go to like the 3rd page, it says the unapproved ARPA projects. So basically, these are,
unapproved, got it.
okay, so these are people that made an application and we decided against them. We sent them a declined letter, but we told them if there were more funds available, we would reconsider them. So that's what we're doing, is we're looking at these that we didn't fund and decide if we want to consider giving them some money. So this is just sorted alphabetized. And so we'll kind of go through them. The Bonavista Water, what they put in 3 applications. One we funded. We decided rather than partially fund 3, we would just fund 1. And so these
But
other
at a higher rate, right?
yeah, like we gave them 1.5 million, I believe, for their other project.
What was that?
Bonavista.
Yeah, that's right.
So we decided instead of doing 3, so these 2 are not funded. If we want to, they're able to be, funded.
I can tell you, and I have to be clear, the Bonavista hat, they are almost done with the Far West well upgrade. They're now getting 1,200 gallons a minute out of that well, up from 600.
Wow.
They've had $280,000 so far in cost for that. They've already obligated and paid out. That project's almost done. All of it, at least in my opinion, when I reviewed it, from Bonavista's perspective, was ARPA eligible. So that's one that could be immediately funded. Bonavista at all.
So those seem like plan Bs. If we're not able to spend them, we can always put them there. Any funds that aren't obligated by the time we have to turn it back.
So how much could Bonavista qualify for? Within the guidelines of our 2026.
I'll have to have Brandon speak from behalf of the county. When I did the application, it fell so well within the ARPA guidelines. And I asked last week for just a updated cost of how much they've spent. It was around 280,000 so far. I believe all of it's eligible for.
I believe.
So you
have already engaged in the ARPA eligibility.
These are all approved.
Review and determine that all of these are likely eligible or most likely eligible.
And the reason why we didn't fund these 2 was at my request, because they asked for 3, and I said, instead of me having to set up and manage 3 projects, let's just fully fund 1 and let them use other monies.
I remember that.
Yeah, so this to me seems like a great plan B. If we don't have anywhere else to put it, this is already eligible. We know they're eligible projects, so I would say this is a good plan B, unless the commissioners want to.
So it looks like you got about $1 million that they could actually use. Correct?
Yeah.
The 619, 223, and then you said the 280.
I would have to find out about the 1300 North well. I don't know if they put that off. I don't know if it's
Okay.
in progress, but I know for sure the Far West well is going forward. And I know the Hot Springs tank's going forward, and they're anticipating much higher expenses coming in. They're finalizing the land purchase from Staker Parsons or. They're finalizing land purchase and they've submitted their subdivision application. They're ready to go to bid on the tank.
Okay. Well, to me, that's a logical place to, can you find that out?
Find out, sorry,
If they're done or. if they're
Yeah.
started, how far they are.
How far they are, what the anticipated cost will be?
For the well or for the 1300 north?
For the far west.
Yeah, the far west for all of them.
Well, and you say you don't know about 1300 North Wall. I guess you need to find out
I'll
about
find
that.
out about that one, but for sure the far west well upgrades going forward and for sure the.
Yeah.
The tank, the one that they were originally.
Okay, so whatever projects they think are still on the board, let's find out what their unfunded portion is.
Essentially, as you go through these, even if it's already done, it could be on a reimbursement basis.
Yep.
So,
Yeah, even if they've spent their own money on it, as long as it was during that period, we could still reimburse them for that amount.
yeah, we could look at anything that's already completed
Right,
and just reimburse
Yeah.
them today.
okay,
It's a gift.
It is.
yeah,
It
okay,
helps them reallocate their fund balance.
all right.
Okay,
Good.
so the next group is Central Weaver Sewer. We've not approved any for them. They put in 2 requests. One was to do the Hooper Sewer pipeline rehab, which was to recoat the inside of that pipeline. There's more details back if you want to see it, but they requested $1 million. They also put in a request for their expansion project, which was like 93 million. They requested 5 million and it was in their 10-year plan. So we kind of didn't score it high because they were already planning on doing it. It was just.
They've already got the funds coming in,
I
yeah.
talked to them. That was the
and they're
case.
looking at a tax increase to pay for this, so.
That's exactly, they were just wanting to see if the county wanted to accelerate
Right.
any of this 5-year plan.
They've already got the tax increase plan, so. I think both
I'm not
those
sure
projects,
on the 1 million. I'm not sure on that Hooper Sewer pipeline, if that's.
But you could use them as a reimbursement for the entire leftover amount. See if push came to shove. at the end of the
Yeah,
day.
I don't know how far if they've started on that. That was a request they put in and we haven't reached out for, you know.
that
where
I don't
they're
know.
at.
I know on the expansion, it's already
Yeah.
programmed and paid,
Yep.
being
So
paid.
I would, yeah, so probably know on that one. I don't know on that million if you want to consider that. Harrisville City put in 2 requests, same project as this Central Weaver Sewer. The pipeline one about resurfacing the inside of that pipe. So those 2 are the same type of project. So if you were willing to do one, I think you should consider doing both. Just because they're the same project, why would you give priority to one and not the other? So that's Harrisville City and Central Weaver Sewer. And then Harrisville City
So
also.
you're saying do both the,
If you
Sewer
do
pipe.
one,
If you do one.
if you do one, should we?
yeah, okay.
Yeah, because they're both the same thing. The Harrisville City also put in for a new rec community center, which we didn't say. So Brandon just said everything was eligible and I probably should have taken off those that we said were highly not likely to be eligible, and that's one of them. the
Yeah,
rec
I thought we said that
community
was
center.
not a go.
Yeah, that was my, bad. I told them that they were, but we have in your documents in the back, whether
Yeah.
you think they're eligible or not, and this one's
Yeah,
not.
Okay.
right, so I shouldn't have included
They
that.
just
Okay.
got money from Congress and more for that.
Good.
For there, okay. So that one don't even consider. Same with Hooper irrigation. We don't consider irrigation lines. as a-
Irrigation doesn't work. We know
Yeah.
that.
Liberty Pipeline, they wanted to add, and you can see their maps in here if you want. We can look at 34 through 36. They want to put in some new pipes up there and it seems like North Fork. And you probably know Cutler Flats or something down to North
Yeah.
Park. They want to do a line down through there and then also a lift station.
That's another good project.
Mhm.
You know, that, let me just point out that the way they think up there, commissioners, when Coldwater Canyon went down, they were the first ones to jump in and run a temporary line.
Liberty
One of those-
Pipeline.
Yeah, they're, just because of the way they think and they're managing their company, that's a company that I wouldn't mind just because they're good folk, they're good, well managed.
What's that request?
So they are requesting, they said whatever we give them. So
Oh,
I actually put a call into that Jody. I talked to her earlier because anyway, on the prior, so they've already been given 100,000 for another project for their
Right.
tank. So we have committed 100,000 to them already, and I just wanted to ask her, have you guys even started that, or is this just a dream that if we were to fund it, you would go for it?
I'd
you
like to
know?
find that out.
Yeah, she wasn't there, so I just had to leave
Oh,
her a
I
message.
spoke to her. So on the
Liberty Pipeline.
refurbish the Willow Creek well project,
Mhm.
he said that they've already hired an engineering firm, the project's underway. Tom Summers, who's the water operator, will be completing the majority of the work, and he's already cleaned the well and the new pump's been installed. They're finishing work on filling the well and testing the water to be completed once the snow's melted. They anticipate that they should be complete and online by the end of summer.
But that's their well, right?
Right,
That's
that's
right.
what you were asking
That
about,
one, we're
right?
okay. Well, this other one that they've done, the Montgomery pipeline, I can check with her and find out, like, do they have the rest of the funds? Because they put a project cost of 4.3 million. And they just said whatever you guys would give us.
Yeah, I don't think we're gonna come up with the rest.
Yeah.
Be
I don't know
interesting to
the
see.
timeframe.
You should ask her that question, but,
Okay, so I'll double check with her.
okay,
Okay, so Marriott Slaterville, they put in 3 requests. They wanted public housing. They really wanted the funds to buy the land. And didn't that all, this was the tiny house one?
Yeah.
It kind of fell apart. It wasn't.
real.
they don't even have the ground, they don't have any contract.
Yeah.
And I thought, we figured this wasn't even, doesn't qualify.
We didn't feel like it
It's-
was.
yeah.
feasible.
We would likely said it would not.
It's not when we'd feel comfortable saying
No.
this is ARPA eligible.
No, I don't think it is.
So I probably shouldn't have put anything that we didn't feel like was, so sorry. Public health response officer, same thing. They wanted to hire somebody for this year. It's now done. They just wanted a 1-year
Yeah.
funding. And then same with their secondary water. We don't see that that's eligible either.
That's
So,
irrigation water.
yeah, Ogden City put in that request to rerun that pipe from Pine View down all the way down the canyon.
Right.
And they, this is another, a lot of people put in just requests hoping that.
They got
we'll give
that
them
funded
something.
through the legislature.
They got it all funded?
All of it?
Okay.
I think that's been funded.
Buxton got funded.
Take them off the list.
Okay, so SOAR was one, did they end up
They got
getting,
funding.
they got funding from the state?
Mhm.
They wanted gym equipment, we thought it was unlikely to be funded, but since we've been looking at, it, I honestly think maybe they could, because they're under 50,000 and they're a nonprofit. And I think that we have some ability to do that without even having to fit in criterias. The next is Taylor West, we were there, similar to Bonavista, they put in 3 applications. We decided to fund 1 instead of partially funding 3. They still have the 2550. So these are the ones that they're wanting to replace pipe on roads that they're redoing. So since they're redoing the road, then they might as well redo the pipes first. So we put the priority on the one that they were ready to do.
Right.
Now, Brooke, if they were to have transportation funds moved up, could they do these other 2?
Right, so when I talked to, Ryan, Ryan Rogers.
Yeah.
Right.
Raleigh Rock.
Ryan, they're kind of desperate for funding on these projects where all 3 are really coming through right now, but we selected 3300 South as the project that we would fund because that one seemed to be moving ahead. But now the 5500 West project in Hooper City is basically at the same point. So they're both kind of side by side in the district trying to manage how they'll fund all of those. And then the 2550 South project is along, I believe, the county's portion. That one's been funded and will probably go forward in, I don't know, the next year or 2, you think, Sean? They're purchasing the right of way right now. So that one's a little more, not really sure if it will be done within the timelines, but 5500 West for sure could. And had they just put in 1 application, maybe they would have had better odds at receiving the full amount for that 35, but we gave them the 350 and split it. And so now they're kind of just scrambling to come up with the funds for the 2. But either one would be great to do along with the road projects because they're both moving along really nicely.
Yeah, okay.
So that one is a possibility.
And they qualify, right? This is
Yeah.
culinary water,
Yep.
okay?
Okay, Uinta Highlands, I really don't know where you guys landed on broadband stuff on the Uinta Highlands.
We had that in there, then we took this back out originally.
Yeah, you didn't fund any broadband project.
Yeah, we didn't do
We
any.
scratched all broadband.
So do you still want to not consider any of them?
I'd like to. And I'd like to consider this one. This seems to be a very difficult area of our
Which
county,
one?
the Uinta Highlands area.
So there
Because
were.
of the topography and the foliage.
Elliot Moses one.
Mhm.
Yeah, not him though.
But there was another one
Yeah.
for you, Linda.
There was Utah Broadband put in 4, and one of their 4 segments was Uinta.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, whether they could do that, and if you want to consider that,
Well, I know Utah Broadband's basically gone at no cost to the Upper
Yeah.
Valley. So why not let Utah Broadband do it?
The difference between the 2, and I've done some work on that, is that they're going back to the topography surrounding them is much more difficult for any provider, Utah Broadband, any of them, than it is than what you've got in the Upper Valley or anywhere else around here. It's just a unique area to us
Yeah.
right there.
We did have there was another state grant that was potential
Yeah.
candidate from this. We had protests filed by Comcast and several others saying we
Right.
already provide that type of service there. So it was kind of a sticky issue. We would have to go back and reevaluate whether they already have the minimum connection speed necessary, because you have to be below a certain threshold before we can kick in ARPA dollars. We'd want to go back and make sure that we have that, because Comcast, even though they said at my house that I had it and they didn't, I didn't from them, they said they did. So we would have to fight that.
Yeah, that's a part that could, anybody we give that money to, their competitors are gonna come out against us and we're gonna get
Yeah,
sued.
so it's gonna
Well,
be,
they do their testing at 3 AM on a Tuesday morning when nobody's up
Yeah.
using their, you know.
Their lines.
I don't disagree. I'm just saying that we will have to be careful when we do that. That's what
Yeah.
you're
If,
interested in.
if
we'll have
we're
to
gonna
be
do
careful.
broadband, they need to be at the back of the line.
Okay.
And if we could, if they can show us that, great, but
Okay, United Way, a little disclosure, I am on their board.
Really?
So I really would love to see them funded.
there you, what do they want it for?
Well, so they're doing a nonprofit connection where they want to renovate their basement, and that's where their application was for. But they, basically it's bringing all the nonprofits together. They have a place where they can meet with the different groups and come up with a plan for the, anyone that's asking for help.
Does that
And so-
qualify?
On the United Way, I'd have to go back and look at it. It's over $50,000, so we'd have to jump through. Is it on there? You're seeing?
Yeah, it's capital improvement. We'll have to see what kind of services it provides. You can allocate ARPA dollars towards behavioral health services and capital improvements that will
Okay,
help improve that, because supposedly COVID, well, not supposedly, there's studies, COVID affected the general public's behavioral health
Mhm.
and mental health. So
Right.
really, any ARPA money going towards those type of facilities is presumed to be eligible. Just depends on whether we can connect it to those kind of services.
okay,
So we can look at that in more detail.
I think we had said initially that we thought, yeah, it probably was eligible, that we had been able to make that connection, but I want to go back. If you choose to look at that one, I would want to go back and do this analysis again, just to make sure.
Yeah. we can
Okay.
do that.
Because we did a detailed dive of all those that you funded. All the ones that you didn't fund, we kind of just stopped
Right.
and left them.
right.
Okay, then Washington Terrace, there's two, they wanted the middle mile fiber optic, they wanted to do that backbone in their middle section. So that then they could entice last mile people to come in, providers to come in. And we really didn't put a lot of thought into that, but that might be something, they want $1 million towards that. I don't know if you want to consider that one or not.
Are they still in, do you know if they're still in need of that?
We haven't talked to any of these people.
Yeah.
We wanted to see if you even are interested in these, or if you wanted to focus on the ones that were already approved but need more money. So this is just kind of a shotgun of what's out there, and then we want to ask you, where do you want us to go from here?
Yeah. Okay,
Sorry, we probably got her because we only got a minute left.
Okay, so there's a water meter system that Washington Terrace also, my only thing on that is that one goes through Weaver Basin, and I'm guessing it's their secondary water. They never said if it's secondary, but I'm.
that's
thinking
gotta
that
be
it is.
secondary.
Yeah.
And the state's
so-
got 200 million for that same
For that
exact
type of
thing.
thing. Okay, so I don't think that that one.
Have 'em go to the
probably is
state.
eligible. Okay, Weaver Basin Water would like to put in 2 pump stations. And if we flip to that, which we may not have time to, but you can look at it later if you want. Slide 57 shows you the locations of where they would want to put those pump stations. Weaver Human Services, they want a recovery community center that they never were able to get that land purchased, right, Brooke? Seemed like that was the one. I think that one
Not
ended up.
recall.
Yeah, and YCC wanted 500,000 towards doing that transitional housing across the street. But I thought we decided they got funding for that as well. You
Did they
remember
receive
that?
funding? I know they asked for it.
Seems like it was partial. but
So that's a thought as
Okay.
well. If you want to put some.
Well, as far as recovery and transitional, there's so much state money right now that just got appropriated. That's where they need to go to there first.
So Scott, do you want me to bring up those other three
Sure, if you want to bring this up real quick, yep.
just quickly? There's been a request. The Little Mountain sewer area has infiltration issues with their sewer system. And they are going to camera those lines, but potentially that fix is in the, depending on what's wrong, hundreds of thousands to up to $2 million to fix those lines so they can get rid of the infiltration issue. So that's one project that could potentially be funded.
I don't, that kind of goes along with spending some money out west. I don't mind that one, but I'd also like to send out huge penalties to guys that have. I mean, huge, I mean, $150,000 penalty, one guy I'm thinking.
Yeah, they'll be scoping the lines to see where all the infiltration is coming from. And then.
Yeah, we gotta find out the source.
Yeah.
We don't know what that is yet.
We
And we
don't.
don't know if it's the secondary lines or the main line that belongs to LMSA. And then LMSA, Sean and I had inquired with DWQ to see if we'd be able to use that 5 million to help with this, and they said absolutely not. So.
Do we know that for a
I
fact?
know for a fact, I got it, I can send you guys the
Okay.
email from
Okay.
Ken Hoffman. So the only thing we can use that 5 million for is 1.9 renovation, or whatever that ends up being. That's the only thing we can use that 5 million for, is to upgrade the existing lagoons, but we cannot use it for,
That seems short-sighted.
we agree with you 100%, Gage.
Anyway,
So that's the other one. If for some reason the upgrade to Little Mountain system costs more than 5 million, we could use county ARPA funds to cover the difference. And then hopefully it won't cost that much, so we should have some left over to put toward the Black Pine lift station. But if that Black Pine lift station, or if we use all the money and there's not any left for the Black Pine lift station, then potentially we could use county ARPA funds to cover that 5900 West lift station. So those are the other,
what's that lift station cost?
1.6.
yeah, 1.7.
Yeah.
We have 1.7.
Probably about 2 by the time we
Yeah.
get around to doing it.
Right, got it, okay.
So
Makes
those are
sense.
the other.
Yeah,
So 3 other county ARPA projects.
Correct.
yeah, and those are ARPA eligible.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, yeah. So at this point, Commissioners, the question is we have $15 million unobligated. We can proceed right now with Plan B to make sure that we're at least covered in case this legislation passes. Whether it will or won't, I don't know, but at least we'd be covered that way if it did. And then what do you want us to look at as Plan A for this $15 million? We have a lot of money we could put into the Upper Valley sewer systems, as you guys mentioned. We have these 3 projects that we could do. We have the CJC if we wanted to put in a portion of what they're short. So there's lots of options out there. What I'm hoping to get from you is either some direction or time to come back after you've had a chance to think about this. And if you need any more information, kind of give us a plan of what you'd like us to do. We're happy to move in any direction that you want to do. We just want to make sure that we don't lose these funds and we can take advantage of them and administer them without getting down to the wire like we kind of did with the CARES Act. It was what, 2 days before, man, we were still scrambling, trying to get some of that money spent. So we really want to avoid that and have a thoughtful process that we can make sure that we do it well.
Okay,
So that would be the question I put to you guys, and we're happy to come back and give you some time to think about it, or if you have any initial thoughts now and want to discuss it.
well, I don't see any reason we wouldn't go ahead and cover those projects we discussed. That if we fund up to their request, if there's funds available, we have the right to withdraw that at any time. But at least we meet our obligation.
Okay.
So I think that's the first place we start. So
I'll get a proposal of that to
and
you.
then I'd like to know, once we do that, what does that leave us in uncommitted?
Well, I could commit all of it, I think.
Just with those
With
projects,
those Plan Bs. Well, if we fund up to everything they asked.
That would be 15.
with the ones I'm talking about the ones we've already funded.
approved, the ones we've already approved, if like, cause like, if we weren't to back.
Well, just for
just
example,
thinking-
I just talked to Bona Vista. They've already completed the rehabilitation of the well. All they're doing is rebuilding the moat. They're gonna be done in the fall with that. They expect $447,000 for that. So I mean, I guess if you fund up to the projects, like, that's not gonna cover any of those.
Yeah, I guess I'm asking, am I funding up to the original requested amount? Is that what we're funding up to in this Plan B?
I think that's what you're saying.
Yeah,
Okay, I'll bring that back to you, but that will spend a good chunk, if not all. I think it will spend, because we had some people that asked for a lot and we funded them.
no, I'm talking about the ones we've approved.
Yeah.
I'm just
You're
looking,
funding up to, right? Is that what you're saying?
yeah,
So
Yeah.
for instance, like
Funding
Bona
up
Vista
amount.
Water,
I'm just looking at the
Okay, so
amount
you're-
requested.
okay.
So like the CJC requested 2.5.
Okay, so that's what you're saying. So.
So that's $1.5 million there.
Yeah.
You've got 500,000.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying now. Sorry, I was thinking of it because they had asked for a whole bunch more. Then they said, okay, well, if you
No.
can at least contribute 2, and I said, but we take up to 8.
I'm just saying, based upon this line right here.
Yep.
Versus this line
Yeah.
there,
The
subtract.
difference.
I'll get you that. That'll be.
I do have a question too on these approvals. And maybe it's an easy answer, but I don't know it. Are we confident that this will all be spent? Are we gonna be
I am-
left holding
I am,
millions more?
I am worried that these projects will not be completed on time. Everything is taking longer than we
Maybe-
had originally hoped, and that's why I really want a plan B, and maybe the plan B goes beyond 15, maybe we go to 20.
I mean, depending on what the status is of these, I think maybe we should
Okay,
increase the plan B because I don't know.
well, because again,
You
it's
haven't
just a
spoken
plan
to
B,
that, you haven't
so.
spoken to the status of any of these.
Commissioner Bolus is right, and you know,
Yeah.
with these, that these things that say we could fund up to this, we could over promise hedging that.
Yeah, we'll-
Hedging that these aren't gonna happen?
And Brooke can go into any more of these, and we're kind of running out of time, but she's gone through and talked to all of these people, so she knows the status of all of them, so we just didn't present it all right here, so, but we are tracking this to.
A lot of them are in different stages. I would say the majority hopefully it's in summer. So if that's
Oh,
the
okay.
case, hopefully
Okay,
they'll have enough time. But there are a few that are a little more complex that I wonder.
I mean, if we're really skeptical, then we need to cover that.
Yeah.
On the other
Agreements
end.
Already say that they have to have their funds spent by like 6 months before our actual.
They have to have theirs obligated 6 months before we have to have ours obligated. Yes, so we could theoretically revoke the money from them if they don't go fast enough, but that still leaves us holding a whole bunch of
6
money we
months.
don't know what to do with.
But that
That's
yeah,
not a long
allows us to
time.
pull money back,
No.
and then if we have
Yeah.
contingencies available, then within that 6 months, we can remove.
Yeah.
Within that.
Well, we know
Can we do that
CJC is always a possibility.
If we have the up to provisions in place for other projects.
And that's assuming that those projects are moving forward, it would be more like a reimbursement.
Yes. Yeah, they just continue with their projects, and then we can come back and reimburse them for more, something like that.
If you do the up to, I would suggest that you broaden it a little bit and maybe put a little bit of plan B in there. That it's not just for that one approved application, but if you've got 2 or 3 other applications where they're already completing a project.
Well, but we didn't approve the other application, so I would worry about that because I would say maybe go back to an application that asked for 2 million, we funded 1.75 and say we'll fund you up to 2.5 in case the costs go higher. That would at least give us some extra room if their costs are higher to fund approved projects. I worry about going to other projects we didn't approve. I
Right.
think we put those as kind of like a B2 category of other.
What I'm
eligible
trying to say
projects.
there is there may be projects under B, which I've already told you, are complete.
Mhm.
And so that already, that obligates and gets that reimbursement out there, so you don't have to worry about not spending those funds.
So are you saying on projects that we already approved, or are you saying on the projects we didn't approve? Because Plan B right now, as I understand, is only projects that were previously approved. We're gonna increase potentially the funding. And then.
To the request.
Yeah, so then this, I guess, would be another category.
That's, so what I want you to do is the amount requested subtracted from amount awarded. That's one number we need.
Yep.
The next question, if we're gonna go back, is, okay, Green Hills Water, in a perfect world, what would you need to complete the project? So that would be another column that we have, that's already an approved project. I'm not talking about the not approved, the approved project. Okay, we know your scope has changed, Green Hills. How much to complete your project? Again, no promises, but we need the first number, we need the second number. Then we need to add those up and see how much we have left. And then part B with that would be, then we can, what I'd like you to do is go back on this unimproved list, clean that up. We know that looks like a good share of these don't even qualify. Give us a sheet that ones that we think qualify, and then we could total those numbers.
And with a note of whether or not they're moving forward.
Okay,
Yeah.
If it started
If
or not.
it's not even on their radar anymore, then it's
Yeah.
irrelevant.
We'll reach out to all the eligible ones and just ask, is this still a project you plan to do? And
Great.
so you haven't,
Where are you at?
where are you at?
Great.
Well, yeah,
I don't want to consider those either.
I'm glad you brought that up, because that's the other part of where, before we consider this, we want to know where you are on your timeline. Is this moving ahead? The last thing we want to do is commit on an approved project that is not taken, there's no traction.
Yep.
Then we need to start looking at that right now.
So maybe then projects that are already completed or will be completed in the next year can be a higher priority on that
Mhm.
list.
Sure.
Because we know that,
Sure.
that
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 they'll
it'll be
finish
done
it.
on time.
That's why the timeline becomes critical. And I think that's a question, Scott, we should ask, even on the non-approved ARPA. Where are you, are you proceeding with this, even though you didn't get any ARPA funding? Where are you on your timeline?
Chris just took a deep breath.
I was thinking of a project D.
we might want to just start asking in the background, not saying we're gonna approve any of these, but taking a look at their current capital projects that they're doing for this year, because if they're already underway and we, reopen it and we're holding a big pot of money and we don't have time to allocate it, it might not have been something we would have funded a year ago or 2 years ago, but they're ARPA eligible and you can put those funds to it now
In a reimbursement.
in a reimbursement. because
Yeah,
they're
but we
just
want to open that for
But
everybody. or
that you'd
just
have
the
to,
water
there's
company,
so
or
many
what
things
would
you'd
we
have
want
to
open
think
it up
about
to?
that, and that's like last resort,
And
but it's a.
I like that though, a last
You
resort
can also
plan,
use
because
the West Weaver sewer as a last resort, as a contingency.
Yeah,
also.
so I'll get you this on a project B and a project C.
Yeah.
What do we have as a or priority B and priority C? Do we have a priority A? Is there projects that you want us to pursue, like the sewer in the Upper Valley? Is there something like that you want us to see if we can put some more efforts into that to get those going?
A lift station and a backbone.
Yeah, in my opinion, Ogden Valley, they're already underway. We know the needs there. We know it qualifies. We just have to figure a way how we can get the money in the right spot.
That,
And we're still waiting for proposals to come back on that, so.
So we need to, we've had 3 or 4 meetings. We never seem to get anywhere
Right.
between your girlfriend Miranda and Powder Mountain. We just need to come up with a try to get a resolution to that issue.
I need to sit down
And
with.
then Scott, and that infiltration, we'll have some numbers for that pretty soon.
Okay, good. So does that give, I would
That gives
say
us the
Ogden Valley, water and sewer, we know that's up and going. We know that we've got projects here. I mean, as a last resort, Central Weaver could take $5 million tomorrow, that they've already got that project going, so.
Yeah, we have several projects like that that will
Yeah.
take whatever we want, even your the
Yeah,
CJC.
yeah.
CJC.
So, I'm just saying, I don't think we have to worry about spending it.
Well, no, it's not complicated if they have the money to move forward.
Well,
but they
From the start.
don't.
Well, but potentially they do if you give it to them. And I guess that's Rod's point. If you give me the money, I am going, and there's no question.
But if
you
they don't get going, then they can't do it at all, because they won't get started in
that's the
time.
issue.
Right, or sure.
They have to get going now,
That's the
or
issue.
they're off the table.
Yep.
I'm warming up to that idea about that, even though, I hate.
4 million?
Listen,
I'm listening.
just because one man, even though he's put a lot of effort there, but he didn't get the rest of it done. I've got a big compassionate piece in my heart for these kids who have no option in the condition why they're in what they have. That's the first thing. Second thing is, you made a good point. We're gonna be able to spend all this money. All we need to do is we can dump it all into Central Weaver, because all those projects that we had on that tour that we did with the chamber. Easy. They're in the middle of it. They're all reimbursable projects that are qualified. So we don't have to worry about sending money back. Central Weaver can take 25 million now.
Yeah. So.
Okay.
So we're not gonna send any back.
And just so you know, I mean, I'm a believer in, the CJC up there, so,
I know you are.
but I think the state, quite frankly,
I
should
think-
come 150,000, that's an insult.
It is an insult.
Especially when it's mandated.
I would hope she'd have a little more influence down there based on some of those unfunded mandates that took place.
Well, I'll tell you what, I don't know about that, but I am meeting with Stuart Adams next week. I
Ask
think.
him how he liked his burly burger.
Isn't there a
He
law
was
that
working that down.
says they can't put money toward the actual
Building.
or the building?
Oh.
I think there's a
It's in
state
the
law that
statute.
says that.
It is in the.
That is
statute.
That's, that
Yeah.
the state cannot give money to the CJCs for
That
actual
is correct.
buildings.
What the?
It is, it's in
Brick
the
and
statute.
mortar, yeah.
Well.
Yeah, which,
Gage and I talked.
but they
to-
do,
CJC is a department of the
since it's a state,
It is a department.
Yeah, it's a department of the county, so it's just like the treasurer's office is a department of the county, so. It's a mandated service, just like sheriff's office or court security is mandated.
We have to
service,
do it.
But it's a department of the county, so this is a county facility that we're talking about to fund a county department. So that's the hard part about this too, is really if we don't do this, we hurt ourselves in the long run. But I totally understand, we're building a nice big facility out there and do we want to use all this money for it? But
You
it's,
say we hurt ourselves because we'd have to fund it anyway.
in the long run, we're gonna
Eventually.
have to fund it. I mean, we're gonna have to meet the needs of the CJC
Right.
as a county department. Now, maybe it's not in 5 years, maybe it's in, maybe we can get more life out of this building. But in the long run, you three are responsible for it.
I hear you. Okay,
I think you've given us good direction. We will
Well, you're
go
pretty
back to-
hard-headed on some of this stuff, just in case you were listening.
yeah, I'm a little agitated by floods, but I'll get over it.
Yeah, a little wet behind the
A little
ears.
wet behind the ears.
So we'll get together after.
Thanks, guys. We probably ought to set another time to kind of, whenever you can, get that stuff together.
We're gonna have an interim meeting as soon as we can, and then we'll come back to you as soon as we're ready. We'll get on your agenda again.
Great. Okay, thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Appreciate what you do. It's good work. All right.
Thank you, Lynell.
Thank you.
Thanks, Brooke.
You need a break? Or are we okay to keep going?
Are you kidding? I'm ready.
Really?
Bring them on.
All right. Good. All right, let's go to our 1:30 discussion on River Valley Youth Center access easement.
I'm not in this one. I'm in the one in 15 minutes.
Scott Mendoza, Scott here.
Yep, he's right up there.
There he is, our
There's Scott.
ambassador.
Wow.
I'm just scooting over.
Oh,
Well,
gosh.
you brought Cortland with you. Wow.
If he'll agree to go with us.
I take him in a second.
All right, Scott, you're up.
This is have to drive a Rivian SUV.
Hello.
There's hardly any of those.
Well, I'm just handing some stuff out.
Yeah.
Scott, it's your show.
Okay, this is super easy. This will actually just take a second.
Maybe one of these years.
Well,
I thought of you yesterday when I was doing it.
are you ready?
Well, this should be a no-brainer.
I think so too.
Okay,
Yeah, so, back in what, about 2015, the county started working with the state. In 2016, I believe the county created a 2-lot subdivision,
correct.
entered into that, purchase and sale agreement. I've highlighted the paragraph that we are working on right now. Part of that purchase and sale agreement was a commitment made by the county back then, I think 2016, to, agree to grant an easement, and on the map, you can see in red and white, I've kind of got an approximate location of that easement. But it's an access easement, so the state can access its rear gate on the corner of their property, the southwest corner of their lot.
Sal, well, okay.
And what that ends
Well,
up
that
doing-
road goes right in front of their back gate, doesn't it, right now?
What does?
The road that goes.
It does. You know what? The road used to go just about to the front of the new training facility. building,
Yeah,
And then turn left and head due south.
yeah,
But the county at that time also agreed to let the state build the extension, which gets them to their gate. So the state constructed the asphalt from about the front wall of the new steel building west to
Got it.
their gate. So
Okay.
anyway, what we're doing is working with the state right now, and getting the easement in place. We're just kind of coming back to the commitment that the county made years ago and just cleaning that up and getting it done.
so the road exists, we just they don't have an easement.
That's correct. And they've been using it.
Yeah,
So everything's fine, but there's just nothing documented, but now we're documenting it. This is on your agenda tomorrow on the
well,
consent.
a lot of things to do with the state's not necessarily right. Harv.
Yeah, no kidding.
We hope this is.
Well, to me, that's a no-brainer. I mean, the road's there, the easement's there, or the easement's not there. Let's give it, they just want legal. They want something legal in case we put up a fence there.
Yeah.
Cortland says, hey, we need a fence there to keep our prisoners in then.
Look at that Taj Mahal
Yeah,
right here.
look at that, yeah.
Just,
Can't even see
those are
it.
just a couple little buildings. You won't even see them off of 12th Street.
Any questions?
And shops out.
Okay, I think you're done.
That's it. Great. Thank you.
Thanks, Cortland. We legal on that? Wow. I like being legal.
Portland allowed us some flexibility. If there ever needs to be changes, it's not so rigid that we can't change the location.
You're a good man.
Well, to
Scott.
me, why not give it to them right there? That's where the road is.
Yeah.
Well, that's right. But in the future, if the sheriff's office ever
Oh,
makes any changes.
I see what you're saying.
If they ever develop, redevelop, do something, the county retains the right to adjust that access.
Yeah, good idea.
The access, but we'll just
You
have the
wanna
ability to relocate.
Let the sheriff weigh in on that. 'cause
Good idea.
Oh,
Go ahead.
thanks for bringing that up.
Sure, yeah.
I'm going to do that.
So he's coming in at 3 o'clock today. We can bring that
Not
up.
anymore.
I thought he canceled.
Not
I've been meaning
to contact him directly and let him know that this is taking place, not that it will affect him really in any way, but.
I'd like to at least have him, I mean, I would want.
No,
I was supposed to do that, I failed.
All right. I don't think you'll have a problem, but let's make sure that it's not.
Let him know. This is on tomorrow, right?
Yeah.
This is on tomorrow's agenda.
Yes.
That's like a
I will-
terror.
Yeah.
You know, just in case you've forgotten
you.
what it's like to run a road,
Yeah.
you know, just in case.
All right, thanks.
Been a while.
Okay, we're back on the Scott Park.
You're gonna get a third Mountain Dew, Scott.
This is a bad habit, I acknowledge.
Discussion on financial
Real
report
good.
2022-2023.
Yes,
We waiting for Ricky?
Ricky is not available at the present time. Yes, I brought Steph.
Okay,
Oh, boy. doing it for-
good, even better. Okay, go ahead.
I am just opening up a couple of different documents. Oops.
Is this a little easier to work now in this area? Now we got this new computer stuff in here?
Does that work? Yeah. All right, Mr. Scott Park. All right,
Here we go.
here we go. Financial report, 2022, 2023.
Stand up for this. This is sit down and take it. I gotta be ready.
So I combined the first quarter and the fourth quarter. Normally, I like to do the fourth quarter a little bit earlier in the year. We just had some trouble getting on your calendar, and then we also had a payroll system that was new that took up a larger share of January than I would like. So we were a little bit behind, but that's okay. We're good now. So I just want to start off by talking about inflation and showing kind of where we are, United States and the mountain area. Inflation is coming back down. We're getting back under control. And the reason why we're getting back under control is because the feds have tweaked interest rates and are attempting to slow down the economy.
Okay.
I'm arguing that they are being successful, at least in the mountain area. That's going to come into play here in just a little bit. But so inflation is coming down, the economy is slowing down. What that means for Weaver County. So when you look at what we got in 2022's budget versus actual and property tax, which is based off of the new growth, we actually came in about $1 million over budget, and that's from our original budget. And we're actually really good at our property tax forecasts, but there's a lag between when we get the data and when we have to forecast the data. So our growth rate was 3.5%, which is exactly what we projected, but we were using an older denominator. And so $1 million of extra growth, that's good. Our sales tax was right on the money. We were within $200,000.
That's pretty close.
That is pretty close. And I had built in a safety margin in there a little bit. Which
Yeah.
I always do, and I'm glad I did because we needed it.
Yeah.
So property tax and sales tax. So I want to hit now.
So these are actually, we verified, these are actual.
These are
numbers
actual numbers.
in the bank. Okay.
Yeah, in the bank.
Okay,
So this is 2022's financial year. And
right.
so here's what happened in 2022. With the general fund, we had the additional tax revenue of 1.2 million. Interest income, John Bond, PTIF interest rates being higher because the feds keep tweaking interest rates. Well, that means that we earn a little bit more in interest. So,
yeah.
And when the interest rate was near zero, we were earning $200,000-300,000 a year. Now we're at $1.4 million. So that's decent amount.
Makes a difference.
It does. So now we're starting to see some slowdown in the economies. The recorder's office is not recording as many documents.
So was that just due to the slowdown?
That's not recording additional.
Wow,
homeowners, yeah.
So that doesn't have anything to do with the state law in terms of what we could charge for recording or what we had to
A
charge.
little, I would think.
Most of this came from a decrease in volume. There could have been some of that. but
Okay,
Decrease in the number of documents being recorded.
Wow, that's a huge amount.
I know.
That's a huge amount.
Wow.
Our sheriff's contract revenue
Okay.
down $1.3 million, and the reason why it's down $1.3 million is because of the next line, payroll savings. So what we do is we give a rebate back to all the cities because we build them based off of our budgets, and then at the end of the year, we give them a credit for any budgetary savings we had. So if we
Right.
budget for 73 positions and we only staff 67 of them, we give a credit for those positions back. So they're not paying for services they're not getting.
Contract cities.
Yes, contract cities.
Got it.
Well, because we had such hard time and so many vacant positions, we actually were down $1.3 million because we had to credit that back from the last year's savings. Does
Okay,
that make sense? So we billed them
Yeah.
$1 million. They only had to pay, then we had to give them a $200,000 credit. And they're only out $800,000, if that makes sense.
okay, got it.
So payroll savings, that's mostly turnover. I'll dive into that in just a second. And then capital projects rollover. So this is money that you approved to be spent in 2022. We issued purchase orders or signed contracts, but we couldn't get the product before the end of the year, or the construction project was delayed. So I came back to you guys in January and said, hey, we'd like to roll this money over, and you approved that rollover. That's that $1.4 million.
We know it's spent.
It's been spent.
Yeah,
It will
okay.
be spent. We've already budgeted for it.
Yeah,
It just is
got it.
crossing years. We had to move the years.
Okay,
Okay, so here's some look at the payroll savings. So the sheriff's office was about 2/3 of that, and everybody else combined was about 1/3 of that. This is actually falling back in line with historical averages. The last few years, the sheriff's office has been 75 to 80% of our payroll savings.
so we're a little better than we've been
We're
in terms
getting-
of filling positions.
Yes. Or we're worse
Yeah.
in
Yeah.
everybody else. I
Right.
mean, however you want to look at it. but
Depending on the
yes.
side you're looking at.
We're more
yeah.
consistent now in what it takes to hire across the board. That makes
Okay.
sense. So I want to jump into our culture, parks and rec fund. So we lost $4.5 million in our culture, parks and rec
Judas, all right.
before, and this is up from $3.7 million loss in the prior year. And the big reason for this is payroll. So our payroll's up 1,000,001.
Wow.
And that's
Wow.
just because it costs us more money to hire people. The wages are just going up.
Any particular venue that we contribute that to or across the board?
It's basically across the board.
Okay.
We did our $2 an hour, or 2%, 3% increase, $2 hour increase,
Wow.
6% increase. We did all these increases. It's just they're labor intensive, and so labor costs go up.
Okay.
You okay? Yep, and Steph, you can jump in anytime you want. So I just wanted to show 4.5 million up from 3.7 million last year. So here's the tourism revenue that helps us subsidize that. So here is the tale of two counties. So we're spending more money on payroll. We're also collecting more money on restaurant because of inflation. Restaurant prices are higher, so 1% of the restaurant sale is higher. So you look at what we're getting in here. I just want to show you, we got $8.5 million worth of TRT and TRCC
By
tax,
the way,
tourism tax.
I like how you're making these little arrows and these blocks. That's a fancy little thingy back.
That get your attention?
Yeah.
I just want to show the lines I'm talking about because, accounts like spreadsheets with lines and bar, yeah.
That's nice.
So how does that compare to prior year?
So
Rough,
we
yeah.
are doing really well. So
0.8.
every
Look.
year, yeah. Every year I've been here, we've had to transfer everything out of there. We've had no fund
Wow,
balance
okay.
because our facilities lost so much. But because our revenues are growing so fast, last year being 2022, we added 2.7 million to the fund balance. The year prior to that, we had added nearly 2.6 million. So you see that 2.6 million beginning balance, that's from 2021.
Yeah.
This,
Oh, right here.
this number right here.
Right there.
Yeah,
Okay.
Right.
that's total.
Uh-huh.
That came from 2021. So in the last 2 years, we've actually started to save money in our tourism funds to help support our venues. So I take and I transfer of that 8.5 million at the very top of that first arrow, I transfer money to all the parks and rec facilities to get their loss to be zero. So when you look at their financial statements every year, they're always zero. They always break even because I transfer in exactly the amount of money I need.
So the 5.4 is after we reimbursed for all our losses?
Yes. So we're saving money. We're getting closer to Davis County, where Davis County funds their whole thing just off of their restaurant tax and tourism tax. Now, I will say, we do have a big project, a $12 million Ogden Eccles Conference Center renovation project, and based off of our existing policies, I use the most restricted dollar first. So
Good.
I would use this 5.4 million would be the first amount of money that I would spend. Now, when we had talked about where's that extra $3 million going to come from that we didn't get from ramp grants, that's where I said this is going to come from. So that
Because we've got like 8 of that coming out of capital projects, right?
yeah, but
Okay.
that 3 million is coming
So
from
that-
here.
Did we commit to that 3 million, Hart? Yeah. Well, you caught me in a soft moment.
Boy, you were really good. You put that idea forward. That was your idea.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is we could, based off of our policy, sweep all 5.4 million of that into fund the Ogden Eccles Conference Center and then save the money in capital projects that can be used for other facilities like a correctional facility or
Got it.
whatever else you wanted to.
Look at that TRT. That's not a bad number either.
No, it's not a bad number. And that's what we use primarily to fund Sarah Tolliver. So you see, I have to track it by these different sources. So the TRT, the transit room is 2.6, and we give 1.1, nearly 1.2 to the CVB. And then we have some other, a few things in there, and then it goes to support marketing and O&M costs.
Did we give the Gold Foundation 60?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. We must have done that after Bronco left.
So switching gears, now we're talking about the municipal services fund. I wanted to show you this. Some additional tax revenue, 233,000.
There you go, Hart.
BNC road fund revenues up 275,000. Building permits and plan reviews. This was 2022. The first half of 2022 was awesome for building permits and plan reviews. Towards the end of the year, it started to fall off.
Yeah.
And that's because everything started to slow down. And then we have just some other miscellaneous together, 134,000, and then our capital project rollovers, which you've already approved, 2022 projects that now need to move to 2023, 350,000. So you can see $1.5 million change. So if you look at this in terms of the departments, you can see there's that $1.5 million that we added to the municipal services fund balance last year. Now, if you remember, Commissioner Harvey, what was the first year I started showing my municipal services fund chart?
Oh, Croc, we were in the tank.
We were in the tank.
We had overspent. And we were bankrupt.
Yeah, we were in a bad,
Peter to pay Paul,
yes.
but then we did a tax increase.
No, that was,
Well, we did a
That was
tax
still-
increase. We did 100% property tax increase in the municipal services
Yeah.
fund, and then we
Oh,
also.
Yeah, we did.
adjusted
What we did
fees.
is, we tax increase only
Yeah.
the unincorporated, me and you, but
Me and you.
Scott got the
Oh,
discount.
yeah,
Yeah.
we loved it. That's why I wanted to do another one, and I said no, because we didn't need another one,
I don't think we needed another one right now.
okay?
So we added a
Well,
million.
that's because Gage and I supported you, and anyway.
I didn't think we needed it, so.
Oh, we didn't.
So now Sean's got $1.5 million there that was added to the fund balance this year that can be used to help finance these dump truck replacements. So we're actually able to start financing a 5 or 10-year rotation schedule. We have enough money in the bank that we can do that.
So what's our total balance?
I have it on a slide in a little bit. I can grab it
Okay,
for you.
all right, you'll
I
get
don't know
there,
off the top of my
sorry.
head.
Well, that's good. I didn't expect we'd add that much to the fund balance this year.
I did not either, truthfully. We added about $1 million last year. You
You take a
remember?
picture of this and send this to Bronco.
So, but if you look at how we fund the different services, animal control, that just takes some tax dollars. Engineering loses 600,000, planning loses $1 million. This is the fees they charge versus the services we provide. Building inspection would kick back $700,000 a year on average. I will tell you, building inspection, we've collected about 10% of their revenue this year. And we're 33% of the way through the year. Their revenues have just.
Why are we spending so much on planning? That's,
We provide and John, correct me if I'm wrong, I'll say this carefully, we provide a premium level of service because we have, it's not like we're just a small city, Marriott Slaterville that has this little geographical boundary. We have to take care of all of the unincorporated areas. And so,
And I'll tell you, yeah,
yeah,
two separate planning commissions, a large county to deal with, and we could have 5 more employees in that office.
Yeah.
And to provide the level of service that you probably feel like we should be providing, but our guys and the ladies down there are swamped. I don't know what to tell you. We subsidize a lot of that from the municipal services fund. We definitely don't bring in as much as we spend, but that's just the nature of it.
Why don't we? Are fees not,
They are, but if we were to charge fees to cover
what we
what we
do?
provide, it would. Well,
we price
we
ourselves out of the
actually
market.
looked at that and it's not feasible.
to even make some of that headroom or not?
So we made headroom a few years ago. We raised our fees substantially. And we got a lot of complaints about that, but we looked at the option of raising to cover fees. And it would have put us out of the realm of anybody else in the state. I mean,
Okay.
the fees would just be
by like a factor of 2.
correct.
I mean, it wasn't like we would be 20% above. It's because planning is subsidized everywhere. Planning is subsidized by the general property taxes. Now I don't know, West Haven doesn't have planning, but so you've got your sales tax, right?
Right.
So I'm assuming that they're being subsidized by the sales tax. I'm not aware of a planning department, other than in these smaller cities where they're mostly built out and you have a hired contracted plan reviewer or something like
Right,
that.
where they ever cover their costs.
Okay. Yeah.
It's not something
Yeah.
that
Okay.
happens.
Now, I will say, we did raise the engineering and planning fees a while ago, and we were making some headway at reducing that operating loss, but with the salary increases that we've done recently, we're kind of right back to where we were.
So does it make any sense to increase them again, even if we aren't trying to recover the entire amount?
So we're looking at all of our fees every 3rd year to make sure that we're reasonable, and it's just more Steph and I's ability to get
Okay.
through it every year.
Okay.
But so every 3rd year, we review those
Okay.
fees.
Well, what about raising fees for development agreements? For legislative actions, because that's not an administrative item. It's completely discretionary for the commission to give that. So, and it's an incentive for the developer. It's kind of like our PID application.
Yeah.
The state law allows us to seek reimbursement for our in-house costs, like our legal costs or financial advisor.
Yeah.
Maybe there's some wiggle room with like development agreements, because we allocate a lot of time to those.
We do.
Well, that's a good point. We could charge more for those. If we charge too much, though, I guess we price people out of wanting to do business here. That was part of the argument against raising our fees more than we did as well.
Yeah, we lowered our building inspection proposals just because Commissioner Jenkins didn't want us to be priced out of the market, essentially.
Well, so that's my question. Where are we in terms of charges for development agreements compared to say Davis or other county? I mean, are we on,
So I can bring back, I didn't bring any fee information with me. I can bring that back to you and show you kind of where we are, different fees in different areas. I can bring that to you. I just don't have it with me right now.
But to be, the only municipal service that covers its cost is building inspection.
yeah,
We subsidize everything.
we
else.
see that.
So
And
The planning really stands out.
yeah, and it's always been like that. I don't want to say I was
Yeah,
bad. I don't want to assume judgment on it, but we've always chosen to subsidize it at about this level. And we're trying to be as competitive with the fees as we can, but I'm happy to raise the fees even more if that's the direction the commissioners want.
Well, I think, so one of the things that we tossed around since I got here is going to, right now we've got two planning commissions, which obviously translates to more people to handle that.
Yep.
So if in fact, if Ogden Valley was to incorporate, that planning commission goes away.
Correct.
Right? And I'm assuming then that they either hire us or hire their own internal people to pay for that,
Sure,
which would drive our cost down.
yes.
If the Ogden Valley incorporates, this whole document up here gets slashed, not quite in half, but 60-40.
Right.
From what I'm hearing, they're probably going to have enough signatures to at least get to the feasibility study phase.
Yeah, that's kind of what I've heard. Well, make sure in that study that this information gets out, that.
Yes, and we published this exact slide with the
Okay.
prior year information on it. I haven't released this one yet. I wanted to show it to you guys first before I let anybody
Okay.
else see this. I guess it's on public record now, so.
Okay.
So building inspection, so the reason I wanted to point out building inspection is their revenues are in the tank this year. I talked to Stan, he's just like, there's no one to be done. There's no inspections to be done because
No.
there's no new houses.
Yeah.
I talked to Ulibarri, housing starts are way down. So we're just slowing down. People will build a house if you come in and say it, but there's no spec homes being built right now, anything like that. It's just.
That's gonna matter when we come to budget.
Correct.
Yeah.
That's what you're doing is setting us up for.
I am, and just wait, I'm gonna get you another slide here, just a moment. So
So don't expect that amount from building inspection for 2023.
correct.
Correct.
Yeah.
I get that.
So
Garbage is good, right?
garbage is collecting too much money. We didn't know what our cost would be. We can actually, and we've actually started just eating in our fees. So every time there's a cost increase, we absorb that because we're charging a little bit more than we need to. And we're just getting that in line over time. We're gonna get that in line.
Yep.
So I think we're good there.
It takes a while. That's a good thing.
Yeah.
By the
And
way, sorry, Reese DeMille is leaving Republic, just so you know.
No,
Really?
Just wanted to put that out there for
is
you.
he retiring?
No, it's going to work for Neaters. As-
What?
For
yeah,
Neaters?
Yep, as their
The rest.
manager over all of their facilities.
Wow.
Anyway,
That's
just,
that's
sorry, I'm sorry to disrupt, Scott. I just had to put that.
You're a good buddy.
Boy, I'm gonna text him right now.
Scott, I apologize.
Okay.
Roads, about $1 million. That ebbs and flows depending on how good or bad of a snow season we have, I guess, depending on what your definition of good or bad is, but it goes up or down based off of how heavy the winter is.
So this is 2022.
This is 2022.
So
it
then
only
it
has
changed
part of that
2023.
Depends on how bad it is in the end of the season. Yeah, because their snow seasons with October through.
Yeah, if we have a very light October through December, then maybe it balances out.
Yeah.
We know January through April,
January through April.
We're-
Through April.
yeah,
Yeah.
almost mid-April. Okay,
Okay, so capital projects. So this is crazy. So I told you I was gonna sweep
yeah,
any money over and above the maximum amount allowed to be in the general fund. So this is what we've got set aside in our capital projects fund right now. Library is restricted. I have to use it for the library. Fuel system, 750. We just talked about that. Repair and replacement, 4.8 million, OECC renovation, 12. And I can pull 3 of that from 3 or even 5 of that from my tourism fund, which is what I'd like to do.
yeah,
And then we have the 44.9 million, which is unassigned, which is the amount we had last year, plus what works out to be all of the revenue recovery numbers that we used for our sheriff's office. That freed up all of our tax dollars. Now our tax dollars can be transferred into capital projects. So we have almost $45 million of capital projects. Now I say unassigned because we haven't committed to a specific project. We have plenty of projects. We have plenty of places we can spend that money. We've got a parking structure that needs to be built out here. We've got a remodel of this building. We've got an a Golden Spike Event Center. I mean, we have lots of.
We're already in the feasibility study of.
So we have lots of demand. We have a correctional facility. There's, I mean, we add up our needs, we're hundreds of millions
Yeah.
of dollars. So I don't want people to think that we've got all this money we're sitting on without any plan to do with it. We just haven't committed it to a specific project, which is why I call it unassigned. It's
That
an
could,
accounting.
yeah, that could disappear quick.
That, yeah, and any one of these projects would eat up all of that
And I
plus.
haven't even talked about the sheriff's piece. We haven't even talked about that.
Sure, yeah, I'm just saying, yeah, there's just we've got plenty of projects we could spend this money on. I don't want you to misunderstand unassigned as in we don't know what to do with it. We've got plenty of things we could do with it.
Now, repair and replacement, is that 4.8 committed or is that just a placeholder?
It's placeholder. So we started setting aside about
Yeah.
$2.40 a square foot, I think it was. I'd have to go back and look, but yeah,
Okay,
okay.
good to know.
So yeah, there's that number. All right. So now here's where I start to sound a little ominous. So I just pulled this from the Deseret News. State of Utah estimates their revenue sales tax mostly is flat for the year. I went to the state's website and I pulled their updated economic data. This was as of April. So their taxable sales, you can see in 2021, our actual growth was 20%. This is state of Utah in total, not just Weaver County. And 2022 was nearly 12%, and then they're forecasting 3% for 2023.
You're talking sales tax,
Sales tax.
okay?
Yep. And then you look at the total, this is not Weaver County, but Utah in total, the dwelling units, residential dwelling units, down 25% in 2022, down another 25% in 2023. So we're down nearly half is what.
Of
they're
what was
forecasting.
estimated.
Yeah, of what was actual in 2021.
Versus actual.
Yeah, but I mean.
Yeah.
You're still, there's a little growth, but not anything like it was in 2020 or 2020.
Yes, yes. So what I'm saying is we're still moving forward, but at a slower rate. So we're still driving forward on the freeway, but we're slowing down.
Yep.
Okay, so yeah, those are the numbers I wanted to point out. So.
These are state numbers.
Yeah, those are state numbers, and then what that means for Utah. So I pulled this I get this chart from the Census Bureau every month. I just wanted to point out Weaver County. So even though our employment rates are a little bit higher than what they were, or unemployment rate, excuse me, is higher than what it was a year ago, it's still low, 2.8%. That is still so low. So what we're seeing is increased competition. We're still seeing increased wages. It's coming down a little bit, but we're still growing at 5% per year in wages. Wages, and this is wages and salaries, not including the benefits. So we're still feeling upward pressure to pay people more money. I'm still getting departments coming to me saying, I need an extra $2 an hour to even incentivize somebody to apply for our position.
Wow.
So we're still feeling that upward pressure on our wages, which unfortunately is one of our biggest expenses in the county because we're so.
Probably the biggest.
Yeah, we're service oriented.
Yeah.
But our revenues at the same time are decreasing. Our new growth is decreasing. So I talked to Eula Berry. We are expecting for 2023, 3.5% new growth in property tax. And that's based off of the 2020, end of 2022, basically January 1, 2023, those values as of that day. So we did really good in the first half of the year and we slowed down in the second half of the year, but we're still at 3.5%. So we're going to.
For the year.
For the year, which means we're going to get that revenue, we get it a year later. So we're going to get that this year in November. He's estimating right now, we'll be lucky to get 1.75, so half of our new growth.
Next year.
Yeah, next year, 2024. So in our budget cycle, and then our sales tax, when we were growing at 12%. So here's our sales tax. This is actuals that's come in through April. So as you look at through 2028, 2029, what's come in year over year from January to April is pretty close to what comes in year over year for the whole year. So you can see right here, it was 6.7%, full year was 6.9, 4 to 5. COVID, kind of when COVID happened, our sales went up. But you see, it's pretty close. I just want to show you though, right now, we're just under 2% growth in our sales tax.
Look at that. We were what, 12%?
Yeah, last year, 12%, 2022 over 2021.
Wow.
So our sales tax, the economy's, we were trying to slow it down. The feds were trying to slow down the economy and they've succeeded. You still got inflationary pressures, which if you look at this, if our inflation is 5% and yet our growth is only 2%, means people are having to cut back their expenses. Right? You're having to slow down what you're spending. You're still spending a little bit more, but because everything costs you more. So
your 2% just based upon the first 4 months.
Yeah, first 4 months, which, and I realize, we watch this every month, but when you see the first 4 months of the prior years, now again, I make the disclaimer that just because it happened in the past doesn't mean it's going to happen in the future, because I was totally wrong on COVID. I thought our sales tax revenue would fall. and it went up. So, but I don't see anything that's gonna shoot our sales tax up.
No, in fact, if anything, I would say the chances are probably dropping.
Yeah.
Over the summer.
So this seems kind of dire. I get it. And I'm not trying to sound warning bells, but I'm just trying to say, be cognizant of what's coming. But we had some fairly good years. I was hoping we had 7. It wasn't quite 7 good years of new growth, to use an analogy from an old religious text, but we are actually in good shape. When you look at our fund balance, our paramedic fund, we've got enough money in there that if we need to add another unit, we can do it.
Okay.
Our library fund is maintaining, they're not adding a ton of money to their fund balance, but they're not spending a ton of money. They're covering their costs plus their capital costs.
Okay.
We can't build a new library, but we can maintain what we've got.
Okay.
General fund is healthy. It's healthy. In fact, the reason why it's 34.25% is because I left a little bit of room in case we have any audit adjustments. I left as much in there as I could and then swept the rest into capital projects. I think I left us $500,000 of room just in case we have any audit adjustments when our auditor comes. Municipal Services Fund, very strong. Steph, I think that represents $3 million. Do you have our fund balance from last year? Oh, you didn't bring it yourself. I don't have the actual number, but I can get you the number of what that fund balance is, but it's around $3-ish million.
Total.
Mhm.
Okay.
Animal shelter, we are okay. I say that because there's a lot of capital facility costs that are coming up that are gonna eat away from that. But our transfer station is also in a good spot. Now, we do have some repairs and we're funding $500,000 a year for capital, but that's in a very good spot. So when I tell you all these things, about lower revenues in the future and stuff like that, it's true, but we are in a good position. We're in as strong a position as we've ever been in to be able to handle a downturn.
That's how I see it.
Yeah.
But we better not go off the charts and overspend because then 2 years from now, we could regret it.
Yeah, so I would say be cognizant of our ongoing versus one-time money. We can use some one-time money to subsidize for a few years. If we're getting back, but we don't want to do this long-term because we don't want to burn this down and have nothing left.
Correct. Okay.
So that, I was gonna show you a couple of different things, but it kind of belabors the point. I was gonna show you our different, this is the document from the feds, and then I showed you this, but just some of the changes in employment, you can see how we're still really good in terms of employment. You can see our wage data is going up, and I can print this, I've printed it in the past to show you, but there's just a lot of pressure on wages, as all this document says, there's a lot of pressure on wages to continue to go up. At the same time, the economy is slowing down. And then, sorry, Chris. What?
Nice thing is that the other counties are gonna be feeling that pressure as well, so hopefully it'll help balance that out and still keep employees here.
And a lot of that wage pressure is tied to housing. And that's really, we have a lot of jobs here, we have a lot of job openings, we have a lot of job opportunity, we don't have housing stock. And we're really hurting in that department right now.
Well, I was talking to
It
you
makes it
about
hard to
it,
recruit.
yeah. Because I was asking them, well, why we're slowing down, but we need he said we needed 30,000 doors.
Yeah.
And we do have a lot of apartment complexes that are coming online, like in Clearfield, especially, there's a ton of them there.
But those prices are pretty dang high.
Yeah, so there's still room there, but anecdotally, I look in my neighborhood at what some of these houses sell for, and I look at what the starting wages for people around me. I have a school teacher who's my next door neighbor. He can't afford a house in our area where he lives. He's renting a house just because of the prices of them are so high. So there's still that issue out there. I don't have concrete numbers as to what that is. It's just anecdotally, there's very expensive homes out there. It's hard to live here.
Makes sense.
I can get you that.
If you have a basement apartment, your kids could live there. I could send my kids there.
Ours got all sorts of room out there.
I'll send you these in an email. I don't know that we need to go over them, but these are just the actual, so the state requires a format for our quarterly financial statement. So this is what it is. It just compares current year to date to prior year to date and just the percentages. What I'll say here is there's nothing to note that we haven't already talked about. Building inspection revenue is down, but everything else, we're right in line with what we normally spend. And we get most of our revenue at the end of the year, so all of our revenue numbers are really small. Like we're at 3% taxes for the year. Well, that's normal because property tax comes in at the end of the year. So there's really nothing that I saw in here as we watched this that is super concerning, other than the general trend of sales tax revenue starting to slow down, building inspection revenue, recorder fees, all that are starting to slow down. But our spending wise, we're spending just as we always have. So do you have any, that's all I had unless you have some specific
Questions?
things that we want to talk about?
So not all good news, just be aware of the future, huh?
Yeah. I think we're in a good
We're
spot.
healthy.
We're healthy. We see some storm clouds on the horizon, but we're in a good spot to deal with it.
Yeah. Okay.
You know, I wish this was the dialogue that was going on. From the people, they focus on that little teeny area, and then they don't see all the huge big picture. And there's a lot of moving cogs. And this team, by the way, all 1,300 people in this county, working in this county, done a wonderful job, because we wouldn't be healthy like this without them.
Yeah, true. Okay, Sharon, questions?
I've identified,
Good.
Commissioner, and just because I didn't want to take up too much time, but I've gone through the budget and with your permission, sorry, I should have mentioned this before. I've gone through and identified a bunch of different lines, dozens or so lines, we'll say a bunch, where we're continuing to allocate money, but we don't actually ever spend it. So we have certain people that will allocate $15,000-$16,000 to travel and training, and they'll only ever spend 3 or 4. And over 5 or 6 years, that's all they've ever spent. So I've identified several areas like that I would like to reach out to the departments in the budget hearing and say, look, you've had this money for so many years and you've never spent it. Is it because it's a one-time project getting rolled over from year to year to year? Or is it because we don't really need it? And if so, can we give it out? Does that make sense? Because we continue to appropriate money that we don't actually spend. So that ties it up so we can't spend it somewhere else. And so I'd like to reach out to all the different departments and say, these are the areas that I've identified. Please come back with the justification as to why we need it or what it is for.
Well, do we automatically roll that over?
We give them their base budget, and any increases in their base budget, they have to justify. But
Okay.
if it's been in their base budget and they've never spent it, we've gone back several times, but it's not something we do on a year-to-year basis. So last time I think we did it was in 2017, which was several years ago.
Should we go back every year? I mean,
It's hard because if you do it every year, there's a lot of noise. So for example, the surveyors asked for $100,000 to do monument preservation. It took them 3 years to spend that $100,000. So when you look at it every year, they're only spending a third of that $100,000. So it takes you almost have to look at it over time and then investigate each line. But, and we thought about zero-based budgeting, but that's hard too, because do we need a sheriff's office? Yes or no? Well, yes, we do. Okay. Do we need a jail? Yes. Well, yes, we do. So it almost it's not super relevant. I think what would help is if we put some pressure on the department heads, like Sean, to say, look, Sean, let's give you a contingency fund. Let's pull out this $80,000 of potential, not slush. I don't like to use that word, but we're very conservative. We don't want to go over. So we have all these areas where we have some room. We consolidated all that room into one bucket, one contingency bucket for all of Sean's accounts. Then we don't have to have one in planning and in engineering and in building inspection. And that way, if there is an issue, Sean already has access to some money to transfer to help it. So we're not asking you to give up everything, but we're just asking you, I think departments would be more willing to cut if.
Well, I think you run the risk of, if you tell them this approach where you put in their mind, if they don't spend it, then we're gonna take it from them, then they spend it on what they don't need.
That's
just because they don't want to
that's
lose
what
it.
worries me.
Yeah.
And so we don't want them to do that either.
Right.
And so I think that we just have to be really careful about what we're asking them to do. And we have always, since the time I've been here, I use the no growth based budget philosophy, and that's helpful. I think it takes, it makes the departments go back and take a good look at, I really need to ask for this if I want more, rather than just expecting that they're going to get more. But I just run the risk of spending on stuff just to spend it.
Yeah, we don't want to encourage that.
I found that it helped our department, my particular budget, and when we came to ask for wage increases last year, we took a close look at our budget with your help. There were a couple of positions, part-time positions that had been there for ongoing, and we weren't using the entire amount there. So I could supplement and put that towards our ongoing expenses, and it reduced the amount that I had to ask the commission for. So it helped us tighten it up.
And that's kind of what we want to do. It is this fine line. I mean, if there was a perfect budgeting methodology, if I would have known, I could have written a book and made a lot of money on it, but it's hard because if I just say, okay, if you don't use the money, I'm going to sweep it out, then departments will spend the money. That's why we're trying to this contingency idea that, look, Sean, you've got a lot of budgets. let's trim your budgets, but we'll still give you a little bit of money in the contingency, which we've already done in the municipal services, that if something comes up, you have some room for it. We've done that in the general fund as well. We have a $500,000 contingency. And we just need, I would like to push that a little bit more to see if we can tighten up some of our budgets. Because, you know, we only ever spend 90-ish% of our budget every year, and some of that we request to roll over, but a lot of that we don't ever spend.
We never
Sounds-
spend.
Sounds like you've gone back in the past though, right? You've gone back through, so there's a history we can bring to the table during those budget meetings and say, as opposed to, if you don't spend it, you're gonna lose it, say you haven't spent it, right? How far back did you go?
So in 2017, I went back, probably 4 or 5 years worth of comparing, and that was when we were cutting budgets. We actually cut everybody's budget to start off because we just weren't even, was it 2016, 2017? Yeah, I'd like to do the same, but that was an interesting experience because departments became very protective of their budgets at that moment. You know, when we said, look, you haven't spent this travel and training for years and years and years. I really need it. I really need it this year. Yeah, and it's like, well, this is the year we need to cut. Can you give it? No, I really need it this year. And you know, there'd be pressure to spend it because they didn't want to lose it. So I'd like to be able to go back to them and say, not that we're sweeping it, but come back with an explanation as to why you need this money. You
And
know?
haven't in the past.
Yeah, yeah. And if it's because it's been a project like the surveyors that just took us longer to do, that's a reasonable explanation. We're not gonna take it, you know? It just took 3 years to do the project because we couldn't find contractors, but travel and training, you don't spend every year.
Mhm.
Let's reallocate those resources or use it to help fund some of your compensation increases.
Mhm.
So that's what I
love
You know, there's no reason to just have it sit there unused.
Yeah.
So I like the idea of the contingency. You know, I would think that travel and training would be one area that you could show some type of history to.
Mhm.
And then stick that over in your department head's contingency fund. Look, if you really need it, then ask for it.
Yeah.
But at least then we've got it consolidated, and know where it sits.
Yeah,
That was a little harder because 2 years ago, everyone stopped traveling.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
I tried to skip the 2020 and 2021 years and look at like 17, 18, 19, and then 20, just because of, you're right. So it's not like a precise science. I can,
It's at least
Yeah.
a conversation starter, I
Yeah.
think. Plus, I'm the new guy, so I can ask all the questions.
so we've identified a bunch of those areas, and so they're ready, and I'm gonna ask, with your permission, I was gonna ask the departments to come prepared to talk about why this money's in their budget and if they really need it.
Okay, no, I like that.
I think you faced in the one before is that you're asking to cut their budgets, and when you have departments that are primarily employee based, that means reducing staff.
Yeah, it's true. Okay, that's now all I have.
That's it?
Yep.
Okay, any questions? Commissioner Harvey,
No questions for me, Mr. Chair.
you got it. Commissioner Bolos. Okay, great presentation. Wow, 2:15. Well, we're only slightly late.
Jason tiles on.
Really?
Wow.
Okay. Okay, thanks, Scott.
Thank you.
Thank you. Stephanie.
You guys need a break or?
I do. For a second.
Right. Do I need to?
All right, so we're now at our 2:15 discussion regarding the amending the form-based ordinance to create a West Weaver Village Street regulating plan and other related charges.
Changes.
Should that be changes?
Should say changes.
Changes.
Yep, sorry.
Yeah, I just want to make sure we're not doing any charges. Rick Grover is here, Sean Wilkinson, Gary Myers, our legal counsel, and Charlie Ewert is here, along with Sean Wilkinson. Okay, go ahead.
Great. Walk you guys
Charlie, you
through-
taking the lead, Tucker, you? Okay,
Walk you guys through,
okay,
just a presentation I gave to the planning commission. I'm gonna breeze through this really quickly, a lot faster than I did for them, but this is more, I think, for Commissioner Bolus's benefit. We're working with form-based codes here. Some communities have adopted an entirely form-based code. We've got kind of a quasi, we've got a form-based zone, and then we do Euclidean zoning, like where we just kind of spread a net and say, this is single-family residential, this is, you know, two-family residential kind of stuff. The form base is more intended to accommodate a wide variety of uses that can be compatible together, and then focus on the design of the community as opposed to necessarily the uses of the community. So just a quick visual of what we're looking at, and you guys have probably seen this before. This is just a highway that's in up in the valley. Imagine it's out in Western Weaver. We're just adding buildings at the street front. We're adding pedestrian facilities, so the safe crossings were pedestrian priority. Putting in pathways, bike paths.
Hold on, Charlie. Is that an elevated crosswalk, so it's easier for pedestrians and it slows traffic? Is that what you're showing?
Exactly right. Yep, and elevated intersections.
So that slows down traffic automatically.
It does. That's the intention. Yep. So you can see as you're adding infrastructure,
Sorry, so this is more of a, not a car friendly, but more of an active transportation, walkable friendly type of a deal.
you could do both.
Well, yeah, but no, these are the models, as I've done some homework and study. This is what some of the Netherlands and some of these other people do, where they do these kind of things.
That's right. And some of the places with the highest quality of life have these kinds of things. Yeah. Just imagine a community where, because everybody has to use a car because they're so far spread out, the infill development is so focused on the use of that car because that's what's there. So all the transportation infrastructure is based on a vehicle, and nobody steps out of the vehicle. And there's a reason why obesity is a problem in the US. And part of that is because people don't have the opportunity to connect.
So what was the width of that street you just showed me?
This is just Photoshop,
Okay.
but what we've adopted.
So what's our standard?
So we've adopted a 120-foot wide right of way. That's building front to building front, or edge of right of way to edge of right of way.
Okay,
And that includes a 14-foot wide pedestrian sidewalk with the allowance to do street shopping on that sidewalk for up to 7 feet.
120-foot building front to building
Building
front,
front, yep.
not roadway.
That's right.
Okay,
Building front to building front.
good.
That's
Okay.
right. Most of your right of way is actually consumed by hard surface pedestrian, bicycle, trees, that kind of stuff, and then a little bit of parking.
So you got parking, you got a bike lane in there, it looks like.
Yep.
And some sidewalk.
That's right. Now, we could, and I
Yeah.
suspect that you've heard from a developer or two on the idea of narrowing this a little bit. We could potentially narrow it and not do 45-degree angle parking. We could do parallel parking. So there's a few options to narrow it a little bit.
Which probably makes some sense depending on where it is.
That's
Yeah.
right.
I think we should be flexible with that. Definitely.
In fact, in the multifamily areas, so this kind of streetscape is required in multifamily, mixed-use commercial,
Yeah.
vehicle-oriented commercial, and government and institutional. I think in our multifamily areas, we may even want to just say, you know what, parallel parking is the standard, not the 45-degree angle parking.
Yeah,
But that'll be a change that'll come in the future.
yeah, that's, I just say we need to take, there's gonna be a lot of difference. Now, this looks like this is kind of Old Town Eden here.
It is.
You're looking at, and it probably makes sense for an area you're gonna have people going in and going to restaurants, in and out, parallel, or excuse me, angle versus parallel, where they're gonna be more going in, stay overnight, or.
Yep.
Yeah, that type of thing.
That's right.
Okay.
Exactly right. So the Ogden Valley General Plan talks about villages, and it talks about creating the ability for form and function to thrive in these village areas, as well as their surrounding areas. It also talks about doing small area plans. One of the things that we debated over, the few years that after the general plan in Ogden Valley was adopted in 2016 was how exactly do we want to go about biting these off? Do we want to do something, do we want to focus on form and function, and then focus on area plans and design themes, or do we want to try and do it all at once? And the Form Based Code Institute actually has a really good program to help bring planners up to speed on how to do form based. And after I went through that program, I thought, well, this is all of those things combined into one. So there's really no reason why we shouldn't do it. The biggest challenges with this is that amount of infrastructure is expensive. And so it's not going to make sense for a onesie twosie business owner to do something like this unless they have a financial incentive to do it. So working with business owners for special improvement districts or special assessment areas or whatever it takes to bring online an economically viable model, I think is going to be important. But I think a lot of that will kind of flesh itself out as business owners come to propose. So the sections that we're working in, definition sections and the form-based zone. So only two basic sections that we're dealing with. When you're looking at a form-based zone, one of the key pieces of form-based zoning is a street regulating plan. Let me show you an example. It's a West Weber street regulating plan.
West Weber.
Yeah, West Weber Village. Yep. Now this is just being proposed. We can do any kind of changes that you may see fit. The street regulating plan is essentially the zoning, where you see the red colors on the map, that's mixed use commercial. Anything that has frontage or gains access from a red colored street is allowed to do mixed use commercial, where you got street facing retail on the ground floor on the street level, and then residential above. The orange is mixed use commercial, the magenta is vehicle oriented commercial. The darker lines, the streets that are the dark gray or black lines, those are intended to be limited access streets. So we're not trying to provide access to those roads except for at intersections. So we would try and limit driveway accesses, at least the ones that cross the road at an intersection that crosses. So you can see where we've got those intersections actually pretty well spread out every 2 blocks. When we were looking at implementing the form base, which we already have in the Ogden Valley, at least adopted the ordinance, we've implemented it for the Nordic Valley, and we've got actually Planning Commission has recommended approval of 2 rezones to you guys, which you'll see here pretty soon, to the form base in Old Town Eden area. So we've got some areas that are already working towards rezoning to the form base. And then the Western Weber Planning Commission, after we adopted the Western Weber plan, they started looking at what the Ogden Valley is doing with this form base and said, why reinvent the wheel? This is basically what we're asking for. And so we figure, well, let's make a street regulating plan for Western Weber, and we don't have to make huge changes. We do have to get into the text to make sure it's clear that this doesn't only apply to the Ogden Valley, which requires us to make a few adjustments. Our intention was to not adjust it so much that it affects the Ogden Valley negatively, just enough to allow Weber County or Western Weber area to use it. The village nodes that you see in our general plan, we got 3,500 west, we got 4,700 west, we've got some on 1,800 on the west side of the river. Those, hopefully, if this model is successful, we'll all be able to use this code. We would just create a new street regulating plan for every single one of them.
Okay.
I think 3,500 might be the next one because we've got some landowners already asking questions about form base over there. Okay.
Okay.
So that said, as you're looking at this area, this is 4,700. Where's my mouse here?
4,700.
47, huh? Yep. And then this is 12th Street. Yeah, you can see that roundabout that we've already talked about. Not going to happen soon. Maybe at some point in the future. And then this road right here is 900 south going east-west. And then all of the dashed lines are roads that don't exist, and the solid lines are roads that do exist. And you can see how the nucleus of that village center, it's centered right around 900 south and 4,700 west. It's bounded on the south side by the railroad tracks and by 12th Street. And so the south side would essentially be the major transportation corridor that gets access to this. But you don't want fast major transportation running through the middle of your town. You want it just to the side of it where people can see where the town is.
Where's the town square?
If you actually, what the Western Weber Planning Commission recommended. So this is essentially town square right here, just north of 900. But they recommended, since the Blanche rezone hasn't gone through, they said, let's take this back to what the general plan shows, which is about 30 acres of open space in this area here.
Well, so town square would normally have, like what you showed in your pictures just a little while ago, 110 feet and, cars parked at an angle going into them like that. And
So in the long range, the red, the magenta, and the orange will all be that streetscape.
So it'd be the
Oh, I'm sorry.
900 south.
Yep, so 900. So this whole area,
4,600 and 800 and 900 and 4,700.
you got it, the thicker lines. Maybe that's an easier way to look at it.
Yeah,
I tried to do thick and thin for your benefit.
thank you. I really appreciate that because I can't see that.
So the intention here is obviously this doesn't happen overnight. This will
Right.
probably grow from an intersection outward
Mhm.
over time. And we've already got landowners in this area who are looking at doing this. Mr. Blanche's proposed rezone would have actually implemented a version, actually this version of the map, but the one that you're going to see, if you're okay with looking at this in next week's meeting, is this whole block right here being colored green for a larger community park there. Okay. This is just a kind of a blow up of that area.
So the green's the park, right?
It is, yeah.
Okay.
So follow my line here, all the way up from the canal with that open space trail corridor,
Yeah.
all the way down to half a block behind or to the north of 900.
Okay.
So if whoever owns, if it's Mr. Blanche or otherwise, and you guys are ready to take action, they would still be able to do some commercial right here on the south side of that block. This is the Eden area. When we did the Eden area street regulating map, and then later on, about half a year later, we did the Nordic Valley street regulating map. We had two different people working on the maps, and they just were different enough that I wanted to standardize them if we're going to be doing something like this, to try and put a general standardized set of qualifications on how to represent the map and how to implement the code. I wanted to make sure it was clear across all villages. And this allows each village to have its own unique architectural style, architectural flavor, but what the public gets, what the county gets in terms of public infrastructure is the same across the board. And so we're not going to have to deal with specialty equipment to take care of any of these. Well, if we do, we'll only have to buy certain amounts of that specialty equipment, not just one-offs, because this village is different than that one. This is the Nordic street regulating plan as it's adopted today. As we got looking at this area right in here, that's easy to see, we've got realizing that some of these lines, if those streets go in, they're probably going to be over the 10% grade that we're comfortable with. And so we took a new look at the contours of the mountain, and we thought, oops, that, if you can see the difference, the second one here is probably going to work better for whoever builds. And we do have interest from some landowners in this area, future interest for development. So some possibilities. As you could see, this was intended to help a village area implement village planning, but it can go beyond that village. In fact, at some point in time, if this model is successful, it could be the zoning of the entire county. We could can the rest of it. So this is potentially an entire zoning code within its own zoning code. We know that we need a 3-lane cross section for 4700 West. UDOT's already
Now
mentioned
we're
that.
back out west.
Yep. Well, this would also be used in the Ogden Valley.
Okay.
So on the county highways that are thoroughfares, we would look at a 3-lane cross section. Those intersections are still raised intersections. So you would mount up on the intersection, back down again. You're communicating to the cyclists and to the pedestrians that they are the priority in that area. And the 3 lanes will help get cars through that area a little faster with less conflict.
What's it? Go back there, Charlie. I've never seen a half turn lane. What does that do?
This is only representing half of the right of way.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Sorry about that. Yeah, so it's a 12-foot wide.
For the
center
little
lane.
cars.
It's the cyclist turn.
Okay.
That's the 2-lane, which we've already got adopted. This is just an image showing bulb outs that help constrict the street as it comes to these major intersection areas or pedestrian crossings. It just signals to the drivers, hey, slow down, something different is
Yeah.
happening here. It
Something
restricts
like that.
parking going up to it as well. You could see that we're intending on having the streets, the intersections made out of either a different material or a different color than the streets, so that we have optimal ways of marking to the driver that, hey, something different is happening here, be cautious. And then we just implemented best practices for bike lanes. Western Weaver, so now we're focused mostly for the rest of this on Western Weaver. They like the Ogden Valley agrarian architecture that the Ogden Valley has already adopted for the Newtown Eaton area. They said, no use in reinventing the wheel, let's go ahead and just stick with it. So you could imagine out in the Western Weaver area, in those commercial areas, we could see buildings potentially looking like this. They don't have to look like this. We've got a set of 8 design standards that a developer would essentially implement, and their architect would design their own thing, but basically this is what we're going for. In this version, both in the Ogden Valley and in the Western Weaver, we wanted to make sure we were clear on how pedestrian trails need to be implemented as development occurs in these village areas. In those, in the town, the village areas like vehicle-oriented, mixed-use commercial, multifamily, and government and institutional, along those streets, there'll be sidewalks, very wide sidewalks with bike lanes. But once you get into the residential neighborhoods of those villages, we would expect to see a bike lane on one side for the bigger, these are the bigger roads, the collector roads or the major neighborhood roads.
Collectors.
Yep.
Okay.
This is make a nice neighborhood. People would want to live there. because of this, you know?
I like it.
And then we've talked a lot about pathways and trails going through neighborhoods as well, between blocks or behind or between lots and behind lots to get access. The code provides 2 options for a developer to choose from. It's either a 30-foot wide right of way without fencing restrictions on either side, and that just provides a very wide pathway right of way that people can see right down that corridor. Less opportunity for kids to hide and do nefarious things. Or the developer can opt in for a 15-foot wide right of way with a 10-foot pathway in the middle, as long as the fencing that's alongside of it has at least 30% openings. So they could do like every other slat or every 2 slats and then not a slat, or they could have chain link or just something
Yes.
to get eyes on.
I was going to ask about that. so.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
As far as, let's see, do I have anything else? Okay. This again was the planning commission presentation. I just wanted to show you guys kind of what they saw. What you have in your packet, bring over here, again, for Commissioner Bolus's benefit, I printed out the entire form-based code with the track changes, so you could see how everything ties together. This is the Ogden Valley Planning Commission packet. It'll be attached to your staff report that'll come when you guys are ready to talk about this. And then the ordinance itself, if you flip back a few pages, let's see. Starts, it's labeled page 1 of 62, but it's after, sorry, page 11 of the staff report. Couple things to note about this. If you would like to see this right away, I think we could potentially take action on it. But the Ogden Valley Planning Commission has forwarded a positive recommendation for the changes with a couple of exceptions. One of those being that they're not ready to have you guys take action on the Ogden Valley's component of the TDR section. They still
what?
TDR section.
Okay.
They still want to try and work out some of the nuts and bolts of that TDR section. Right now, the way the TDRs work for the Ogden Valley is anyone can send, as long as they're on the Ogden Valley floor, and we do define what the Ogden Valley floor is, that anyone can send into a village area. Anyone inside of a village area could send to another village area, but you can't send from inside a village area to the valley floor, basically.
So what do they want to change? I mean, that's what we have in code right now, right?
That is what we have to do.
So why do we need additional discussion?
They're concerned about us storing units on certain properties and acting as basically a bank of them.
Well,
Negotiate it, so necessary.
So my 2 cents on that is if you don't bank them, TDRs don't work.
I agree.
You're not going to have an opportunity for a farmer that thinks he wants to sell and, you know, the timing's right, his family's right, the transfer TDRs. You don't have an opportunity unless you bank them that he's gonna be able to complete that transaction.
Mhm.
We don't
And
get that
so,
work.
and then so the ground gets sold, the TDRs go away, the ground gets developed.
Yep.
So the only way you're gonna keep the valley floor and basically try to keep some type of open space is to bank them.
Yeah.
I mean, look around the state. It's not a rocket science.
I 100% agree with you, and that's
So-
why it's written the way it's written right now.
Yeah,
It's also written in a way that allows you to take essentially the gross area and divide it by zoning.
Yeah.
To determine how many units you have to transfer. The Ogden Valley Planning Commission would like to change that to eliminate. Slopes over 30%, wetlands as mapped by the Army Corps, area within stream corridor setbacks and floodplains. Now, I say the Ogden Valley, they're not uniform or unified in their voice on this.
that's where we were before.
That's where we were.
We're going back.
That's right. And the challenge behind this is if you do a standard subdivision.
Yeah.
One dwelling unit every 3 acres, you don't have to avoid any of this stuff. The code doesn't require it. You can build your house as long as your house is outside the floodplain. The rest of
Right.
your lot can be in that floodplain. So that density point doesn't go away. My concern, and I'll try and represent both sides. My concern is if we take that approach, people are going to be more incentivized to just develop that density in place.
Yeah.
And if our goal is to move that density from those farmlands or those wetlands area, it would be to, and move them into those villages. We would need to help that landowner see the benefit of doing that as opposed to developing in place. And from a landowner who's not a developer's perspective, it's just a question of who's going to write me the check, right? And I would much rather it be a developer who's moving stuff over here as opposed to a developer who sees the benefit of developing in place.
Well, look, here's my perspective. Is that in the general plan, we've been over this for the last 3 or 4 years, was very clear. You take density from the valley floor, regardless of slope or wetlands, because we know you can build on any slope with the right amount of money, just like you say. So that was the idea behind the general plan. And now they want to go back and get outside the general plan.
Yeah, this is, we spent a lot of time, and I remember as a sitting commissioner, Kimball Wheatley coming up
Yeah.
and speaking as the head guy of the GEM committee, that this is what we sat down with and this is what we wanted.
Yeah.
This is what we want. And
Now,
now we've done all this work and it's finally coming to fruition. It's finally working. And now they don't want it anymore. They love to spend the county resources to put us on this, all we did is what the people wanted, but unfortunately that was 6.5 years ago now, so now it's hard to keep up.
I want to help you guys take just a little bit of a step back. In the plan itself, it does talk about removing these from density calculations. However, the plan also says, make the calculation the same for all development types. And
Yeah.
if we did that, we would be pulling density rights off of those plans who have wetlands and 30% slope. So in my opinion, the commission kind of has a choice. It's either implement new rules that would make it just as disincentivized for someone to build in place as it would be for them to sell, or keep the rules as they are. The land rights are there and they can move them.
To me, it's a matter of keeping things simple and upfront. We're not gonna get a planning commission that's gonna get people coming down and talk like our friend one time that pulled up all these charts on slope of Nordic Valley.
Yeah, it was very informative, but
But it didn't, so all you're gonna do is open up another opportunity to have discussions on slope, on wetlands. Let's just keep it simple. You've got X number of acres. We know that you can develop regardless of slope, regardless of wetlands, for the right amount of money.
Right.
And so all you're gonna do is then force the landowner to make the decision, we're just gonna sell it. And the idea was not to force somebody to sell it, was to take those and put them in an area that created density where we had infrastructure.
Yep.
So,
Exactly. So I think our general plan kind of works against itself in that one respect. Other than that one respect, the whole idea of removing these counts, I think the plan, I think with the way that we have the TDR section already created, I think works. I think I told the planning commission that if my forehead looks a little bloody, it's because I beat my head against the wall 6 ways from Sunday. There's so many complicated and moving components of TDRs. You got to think about the way the market works, the way the land lays. You got to think about incentives and motivation, what psychology, you know, you got to really kind of get in there and grind those wheels to realize, okay, number one, it's got to be stupid easy to do, because a developer and more importantly, an investor is not going to be waiting around to see if the risk is going to pay off. It's either you have the rights or you don't have the rights.
Right.
And so that landowner is going to need to know, do I have them or do I not? Not, is it going to take 6 months for the planning commission to make up their mind on whether or not the rights exist or not?
No, I don't, do you disagree? I mean, what,
No, I agree with you.
it's, you know, again, without the
Keep it
banking
simple,
principle, then any incentive or you let the free market take care of itself. You don't try to make things, you don't try to get yourself in the middle of the free market. I've got a farmer that his family's now decided they want to sell their development rights. Why would we make them wait to say, okay, until somebody comes along and actually buy it? He's got a willing buyer, willing seller, let that transaction take place.
I've got a developer who came up to me right after the meeting where this debate was going on, who said, if they change it the way they're talking about it, I'm out. Right now, he said, right now, I can go to any landowner and I could put together a real estate contract that is just for that development right, not for the land itself, and say, within the next 6 months, that's the end of that, you know, that's the term on the rep sheet or whatever it is they use to do it. With the end of 6 months, these will be transferred. That gives him 6 months to go work with other landowners to get more rights transferred in. And once they have all those contracts, they can go to their funder and say, hey, I've got the rights, they're over here. The county rules say this is administrative. There's no legislative discretion in it. Those rights have to be transferred as soon as we pull the trigger. Are you ready to fund this project? And then they, assuming they already have the form-based zone assigned to their property.
Sure.
Pull the trigger, they go and execute all of those rights. They come into the county, they record the document. We have to sign off just to verify they did their math right. And then they're cooking with gas after that. Now, I want to make sure I adequately represent the other side of the dialogue. The other side of the dialogue in doing stuff like this, including the planning commission wanted to be the ones determining whether or not those TDRs should be transferred. So they wanted all this to go through the planning commission in a public setting. I say they, not everyone's on the same page, but I just wanted to make sure it was clear to you guys that some are asking for that. Whereas right now, it's just you guys as landowners, go get your contracts in order. As soon as you're ready to execute them, bring them into us, and we have no ability to say.
Why would you put somebody in the middle of it, of a transaction? That has, you know, when that landowner decides to sell, the investor decides to buy, they ought to have a clear path. If you do this, you meet the requirement. You know, we talked of the state of the county, July 1st, we're putting 20% of our rollback taxes into conservation easements to do exactly that. I want to partner. I've already had discussions with Department of Ag, partner with some of the Ray McAllister funds to do exactly what we're talking about. Go to some of these farmers up there and say, look, here's some funds available for you to retire them, to sell them, whatever, you know, and again, based upon that transaction. There's going to be funds available for us to do that.
I think it's an excellent idea.
And we can't get another body in the middle of deciding whether that's right or not.
I'm kind of in the same spot.
Liam, I have a question for you. Legally, where the planning commission has tabled this, and it seems like the county commission is pretty unanimous about making sure the TDR language stays as it is. Can we just take this before them with this and not even worry about having the planning commission make a decision, a redecision on the TDRs where it's already on the books?
Take this to them being the county commissioners.
Well, why do we have to take it before anybody? We've already got it on the book.
Right. And so they've looked at this revision, but they're wanting to make revisions to the TDRs. And I'm saying, why don't we say time out to the planning commission even making any revisions and just bring this to you, and then we can just let them know that the county commission saying no. we're not gonna make it.
right, absolutely, that'd be fine.
So
I don't know, we couldn't do that.
I'm gonna throw a little monkey wrench in that, because in order to write the Western Weaver planning area into the TDR section, I had to make changes to both sides. It wasn't intended to change the way TDRs are administered in the Ogden Valley. It was just intended to categorize, here's how we do it in the Ogden Valley, here's how we do it in the Western Weaver. So
So it has been changed.
it has been
Oh,
changed.
Okay.
Yeah, but the policy direction has not. It's just.
The text has changed.
Mhm.
So I would take it to the planning commission then.
So,
I was trying to get around it.
yeah, what I can do,
I hear you.
well, here's the deal. We can have the section that's in code right now. We could say this section applies to the Ogden Valley, just right at the top, just an enter, minor change.
Yeah.
And then the Western Weaver section, which is written out here, we can put that in. We just have to make sure we go back in time and fix the Ogden Valley one with whatever direction they are hoping for, whatever direction you guys want to give. Unless you want to give the Ogden Valley Planning Commission the direction that you want this to be uniform with Western Weaver, and then we can just go back to them and say, give them your recommendation, but this is already what they said that they wanted to be. Kind of, you guys and how you-
So you're saying just keep it the same as Western Weaver?
With a couple of exceptions, Western Weaver TDRs, we're suggesting a 1-to-3 transfer. So if you transfer one development right off of the farmland area, you could build 3 development rights in a village area.
Oh, that'd get the people of the valley upset.
Yeah,
Yeah,
right
that
now,
would get them
it's
very upset.
1-to-1.
No, why can't we do that?
I think we can.
Yeah.
If you're comfortable
I
with
think
that.
it's great.
Does the same thing.
We can just tell them. this
Gets
is
it
what
off
the
the-
county commission, they're unanimous about this, so.
Yeah, let's not try to slow cook this thing.
Okay. Let's talk about banking briefly. I think we're out of time. The way that, so I've written banking in the Western Weaver to say that any landowner who has land that is in the form-based zone, so they first have to get the rezone, can bank any amount of rights on that property, regardless of whether or not they can physically build those rights. So if you want to go out and swallow up all of the rights on, I don't know, Randy Marriott's property, for example, and move them into a village area, let's say you got a couple thousand rights in that village area, even though it's on a 1-acre parcel, we know you're not going to get a couple thousand rights out of that. He's just holding on to it so that he could essentially be a broker for other people who may want to buy in that area. So that's the way it's written right now as banking. The Ogden Valley Planning Commission mentioned, gosh, we don't know if we like the idea of stacking them on any one particular lot in order for that lot owner to be a broker or a banker for these rights. They felt like it put a third for-profit person in the middle, and they felt like it could. I don't exactly understand the argument, but I think they felt like it could lead to people taking advantage of other people to the tune of bringing more density into a village where it might not have otherwise actually happened. I think
don't quite understand that, but.
I think what it does, going with the banking method, you're wiping out open space or development on open spaces, and almost you're putting it, you're reserving them by assigning them to a parcel inside of the form-based code area. And it's almost guaranteeing that those rights will be capitalized on in a form-based area at some point in the near future. And I think that's their concern. Whereas if you leave them out there scattered out on the farmland, and a developer can pick up a few, whatever he could actually build on his 1-acre parcel, it's not going to be dumping so many new units in these village areas that the villages are going to grow so fast that people aren't going to like their community. That's what I heard them say. There's 2 sides of this, right? The one side is if we're very successful at implementing the general plan and we could snap our fingers and say, we are 20 years from now, all the farmland is open and all of those rights are in the village, and we're gonna have to figure out how to deal with that. That to me, I think is the ideal outcome from the general plan, but that's just my perspective. What I'm hearing from some of our planning commissioners is that's too fast. If we snap our fingers and say, here's a full-blown village, if a larger developer can come in, have the financial resources to gobble up as much as they can and build a big project, I think they're concerned about the way that fundamentally changes their community. I'm not, because I think the plan was designed that way, but I could see how they're reading the plan differently. And I don't think that their interpretation of the plan is illogical or wrong. I just think it's a different way to read it.
And there's mechanisms in place that's going to restrict what they can do because we have height limits, there's parking requirements. And so there's only so much they can do on a site.
Say with our form-based village, you got height limitations, you got parking limitations, street limitations. So, I mean, your control is in your design.
Exactly.
And
That's the
so if somebody
intention.
has 2,000 units and at the end of the day, when they get through drawing this thing out, they could use 1,000. Well, that's not our problem.
Right.
That-
And then they could take the remaining and transfer them
Yeah.
somewhere else in the
Yeah.
farm-based areas. But the restrictions, the guidelines are gonna be the restrictions.
The guidelines, exactly. So I don't see an issue with that.
Thing I like about that kind of banking is you've already made the other landowner whole.
Yeah,
You've taken the hard part of the negotiation
Right.
away.
the hard part is getting, and timing is everything.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's exactly right.
We know that.
Okay.
And Because of
Sounds
the
like we see the
form-based,
same.
we're not gonna be doing development agreements on every single parcel. We have the ordinance in place, bam, developers, you go do it and meet the
Yeah.
requirements.
And guess what? You come into us with 2,000 units and based on restrictions, you can use 1,000 of them. You just gotta take that 1,000 and figure out what you're gonna do with it.
Put it back on the market.
But yeah, we're not, correct me if I'm wrong, but just because somebody has 2,000 units, we're not guaranteeing they're gonna put them on that any particular
That's correct.
section of ground.
Right.
If the way that section is written, it says they can only build
Yeah.
whatever the code allows them
Yeah.
to build. They're not
That's right.
guaranteed to be able to build more.
So
So they're just kind of holding on to those until they could sell them.
Hold
It's
on.
not like we're gonna put 120-foot tower up there.
yeah,
That's right.
Exactly.
now you're not gonna come in and put the Hilton Hotel there, right?
That's right. No, in fact, the Ogden Valley Planning Commission, Western Weaver was just fine with this change. They want to bring the height limit from 50 feet down to 40 feet. 35 feet at the street frontage, and then step back 30 feet, it can go up to 40 feet. They also want the street frontage to be no more than 2 stories, and then you can step back and go 2-3 stories. So Western Weaver was fine with it. They weren't like convinced, but they were fine with that change. So right now it's just 50 feet if you're in those commercial or multifamily areas. So just, you know,
And that kind of takes away, if you're gonna do, if you're gonna do a really cool barn, look, like some of that other stuff. What concerns me is I know you get some of the crowns of those barns, they're up there 50 feet.
Yeah.
At least, so you're gonna take away from your design by doing that.
Yeah.
Nothing ain't really big, so I got a little, I could see it. But I don't wanna limit it to style, and then you're gonna have a bunch of flat roofs up there, or that would be, I really what? I don't understand that.
in the Old Town area, I think you'll see a lot of flat roofs, but yeah, because that is old mine town thing.
Yeah,
Parapet walls, flat roof, stuff like that. But in the Newtown area where it's agrarian, yeah, you need space.
yeah,
to
you
get
could
those
have that
gables.
farm, I agree with Harv, you could have that farm style. Somebody comes in and puts a nice condo project together with 35, 40 foot, with loft area.
Yeah.
Why would we limit that?
Well, I can see it limited to 50 feet.
Well, yeah,
Take it down to 40. I know a lot of barns are over 40 feet high, they're
Yeah.
single level.
The current CBR 1 zone has a 50-foot limit. I can't remember. I think the CV zones might have that 50-foot
I
limit.
think my barn's 40
They
feet high.
do.
Is
That
it?
sounds
Yeah,
right.
from bottom to peak.
Yeah, you don't,
Sure.
one level. Or you might have a hayloft.
I've got a hay loft. I have a place to put hay, I don't.
What I was kind of hoping with this is that we get some developments that maybe meet those standards, and then we look at it and we're like, that's not that critical. And then we can come back and amend it and bump it up. Or we could just leave it how it is.
Nordic is already vested because they have a development agreement that vests them in 50 feet, so it wouldn't
Yeah.
change theirs. I like the idea of the step back, but if we're trying to put a lot of units, we recalculated how many units are still left to be built on the valley floor.
Right.
And we're between 8,900 and 9,500 units still left to be
So
built.
let me just give you, one of the iconic structures up there is that white barn that sits on the south side of Pine. Big white barn out in the middle of that field. I guarantee you that thing.
You
That
know-
might be 60 or 65 feet.
It's so funny you bring that up because Montgomery on the planning commission said the exact same thing. And then Trevor Schumann shot it down and says, no, that's only 40.
Yeah,
No,
but you're talking about the Sunnyfield one.
Oh, I'm talking about Sunny.
Yeah, it's south side of.
Talking about Mary Martin's property
I don't know who owns it, but that barn is super.
on the
cool.
shore of Pineview.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
well, yeah, it's up off.
Yeah.
Chris's.
Yeah, across from Chris's.
Yeah.
But they're already
I'm talking
having
about the white
that
barn on Chris's.
Oh,
conversation.
you're talking about Jackson Ford?
Jackson Ford. Jack, oh,
We should go and see how tall that is.
yeah,
Do
yeah.
we have a laser? Maybe the building.
A what?
Well, it's at least,
Uh,
what's 3 stories?
Laser, freaking laser.
Actually, it could be like around 30 feet, 35 to 40 feet.
It's at least 40. But they, those guys, they spend a lot of depth in that, but I like those old barns. Boy, I'd love to have one of those.
Well, I don't mind the idea of a, step back. But again, if to me, there's no reason you couldn't have 3 stories
Yep.
with the right design.
Commercial and then 2
That's,
residential.
I think that's what we're talking
Yeah,
about.
you had commercial 1 level, 2 units above it.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's wrong with that?
So maybe we're talking
There's-
about 40 feet and then a step
Yeah.
back to another 45 or 50 or whatever.
45.
Well, if you're far, those barns are all gonna be off the road. I mean, something like that. Yeah, it'd be step back, but I mean, I don't think you compromise the look of some of these agrarian type of look things. You don't put that right on the road, but you put it, it could be super cool.
Yeah. Do you have the exact height of Carlos and Harley's?
No, but I wanted to get that because that's a really tall building. itself.
I think we need to identify that. Yeah, what's Carlos and Harley's? That's gotta be over 40.
I would assume so. We'll get that measurement.
Cause I think let's do that. And that doesn't stand out as not at all being.
No.
Kind of a cool building.
In
It's been there
fact,
forever.
yeah, it doesn't, even though some of what we have here is windows and door openings to help diversify the
Yeah.
architecture. And that doesn't have it, but it's a really cool looking building because it meets a certain period. And so I think in those cases, I think we're right.
Okay.
Building height, there was something else I wanted to make sure I told you guys before we left. You'll see in here that we've also got the pathway cross sections. Oh, I already showed you guys that.
The what?
The pathway cross sections.
Oh,
Short-term rentals. There are some in the Ogden Valley who really don't want to see short-term rentals allowed in the form-based zone at all. In the form-based zone currently, short-term rentals are allowed in most residential areas that are zoned form-based. The Ogden Valley said at least cut that back to only apply to mixed-use commercial areas, vehicle-oriented commercial areas, and government and institutional areas. And so it wouldn't be in multifamily residential or townhome areas or single-family residential. Both planning commissions actually asked for that out west as well. So, and I forgot to mention in our earlier meeting, and hopefully Chris doesn't say we're getting out of order. In Western Weber, we did put, we asked the planning commission if they were comfortable allowing short-term rentals in the R1, R2, and R3 zones, and they said no, leave them out. So
Western Weaver?
Western Weber, yeah. So
Okay.
anyway, whatever you guys want to do with that information. I don't think I have anything else for you guys. I think that's pretty much everything. As you read through the packet, you might have some questions, but I'll have a more formalized planning or county commission packet up to Stacy or Shelley on Thursday. If
Let
you
me
guys
ask
are
you a
okay with
question,
this being on
going
the
back to
agenda.
STR.
Hmm?
So currently in the zones that we're talking about going into form base, are short-term rentals allowed or not allowed?
Currently, in the Ogden Valley area, yes, they are allowed. They're listed as conditional uses, which the whole point of us adopting the form-based ordinance was to kick them out of conditional and just say, these are the rules. There's no variability in these rules. Everybody has to comply with these rules. And so if we do keep them allowed in there, I would suggest we change it from a conditional to a permitted, like just to match everything else.
Yeah.
But yeah, they are allowed in those particular areas. Any other questions?
And in
It's a
order
lot to
in
digest.
order to do that, they still have to transfer TDR in
To do a,
for the short term. For any unit.
Yes,
They're gonna have.
for the unit.
Correct. So if they're gonna do a fourplex, they're gonna have to have 4 units to do this.
That's right.
Okay,
That's right.
okay. Yep. All right.
Okay. Thoughts, questions, concerns?
Questions? Commissioner? Okay,
Are you okay?
This just kind of dials it down good. This is good. I think it's good.
We adopted this a year ago, January. We made a couple of changes here and there, and I think it's just getting better.
Yeah.
In fact, at some point in time, maybe that's your entire zoning code. And throw the rest of it out, but give us some time to get there.
well, and I'm assuming we would have the ability to go in again, based on market conditions and say, okay, look, this is multifamily over here. Maybe it makes more sense to keep this commercial or whatever. Makes more sense to
Yeah.
put multifamily or
Yep.
higher density over here.
And
You
that's
just
what-
amend it.
And that's what John Lewis is gonna be requesting, amendment to the Newtown Eden area. So
Yeah,
any
it's
change in that possibly.
the only reason why the lines are on the map the way that they are is because I tried to pick the path of least resistance.
Right.
So you didn't get hung out to dry with the public when we were adopting these. But now that we have landowners who are saying, hey, we would like that commercial to apply over here. We've got more realistic opportunities because the private market is driving it. And so maybe we don't do, a big loop road right here. Maybe that whole thing flips over to this side.
Well, I'm just looking at this and you've got multifamily, right?
Sorry. Yes.
That's where that's commercial / industrial. That's where we've got our county shop.
Yep.
I don't see anybody wanting to put a fourplex or.
It was,
Right.
that was actually Commissioner Jenkins. He said, if we sell the county shop, let's sell it for optimal price.
Well, okay, that's the county shop, but you've got other.
Yeah.
commer-
Yeah, you're right.
Well, and also too, we had, when that was done, someone submitted the storage unit proposal.
Yeah.
And they were vested under the old ordinance, so we had to approve it. And so where we have that nice little quaint street, now we got storage units there. It
Right.
really doesn't make sense to have that there.
Yeah, right where the
So-
mouse is right there. That's where the village downtown was supposed to be.
Right,
Right where the mouse
right
is.
where the storage units are.
Yeah, and so it just, shot that one to
No.
pieces. So with John's proposal, it probably makes sense to look at that, and that's gonna be on a work session tomorrow night.
I just think you have to look at existing uses and don't cram a multifamily or, next to a storage unit or
Industrial.
shops. Even,
Yeah,
and I don't think we're gonna be selling those shops anytime soon. We can't afford to.
We're putting a new fuel tank in
Yeah,
there,
we're
so.
we're spending.
Investing more, yep. Are you guys okay
We're
to see
gonna
this?
always need to have something. Well, I guess we could sell it to a new city.
Yeah, yeah, lease it to them,
Yeah, lease it to
Oh, the
them.
city building over there,
city building.
You know what?
Actually-
That's another, put a city building over there.
government and institutional, that's right next to the high school. That'd be a great
That
spot for
works.
it.
I'm
Yeah.
thinking,
Yeah,
right now, I'd probably sell it for probably $200 a square foot.
at least.
Are you guys okay seeing this on next week's meeting as well, or would you rather wait a little bit?
I think let's get it done.
I don't have any issues.
You okay? No reason to keep beating this dead horse.
Okay,
We
sounds
spent
good.
enough time on it.
Great.
So I'm assuming you'll have that conversation. Save them some time.
Yes.
yes, we'll talk to him tomorrow night.
Thank you,
Well,
guys.
we don't have that on the agenda.
It is,
Did we have that? Get that?
no,
I don't think it is.
Okay, thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Good work.
I just wanted.
All right, I take a motion to go into closed session.
Motion to go to closed session to discuss real estate.
Purchase, exchange, or lease of real property.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll second it. All those in favor?
All right.
All right, we're now in closed session.
And that's your last meeting.
Doesn't look like. So just for those online that are waiting for the 3 o'clock with the sheriff, that meeting has been canceled. We're currently going into our 2:45. We're a little behind for our closed session. And then that will end at the end of the closed session. So we're going to terminate the Zoom meeting at this time. Thanks for being part.